Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Investigator Unsheathed. Compared to Odilon Barrow, who didn't care about the feelings of Minister of War Liuli, Jerome Bonaparte noticed the displeasure on Liuli's face. It's not a good taste to be the Minister of War. Jerome Bonaparte spoke silently. For Liuli's current situation, he can only express sympathy in his heart. After all, there are 3 mother-in-laws above Liuli's head. He has to worry about the attitude of the president and the unity within the party of order, and more importantly, the nominal subordinates also ignore him. Any vain attempt to do both sides in this position, there are only 2 final results. Either get angry and leave, or be dismissed by the president. Jerome Bonaparte would never allow a guy with both sides to sit in this important position, even if he frequently replaced the Minister of War. Odilon Barrow's personal speech lasted for half an hour. Minister Liuli, as for the time to sign the mobilization order, you have to worry about it. We hope that the Ministry of War can quickly issue a martial law order just before the Changanya action. This will not constitute an unconstitutional. Jerome Bonaparte spoke to Liuli in a friendly manner. Yes. Liuli responded immediately. It was much better to respect his opinion of Jerome Bonaparte than to ignore Odilon Barrow. Yes. Mr. President is right. Odilon Barrow's tone was slightly arrogant. He was like a gladiator who was about to enter the battlefield. We can't wait for the Ministry of War to issue an order to act. The Ministry of War should cooperate with us. Minister Liuli expressed his understanding. After a brief meeting, Odilon Barrett and Liuli left the Élysée Palace. After the two walked out of the Élysée Palace, Odilon Barrow and Liuli separated. One went to the Martigny Palace, the office of the Prime Minister of France, and the other went to the Bren Palace. The front foot of Liuli, who was riding in the carriage, had just stepped on the steps of the Brienne Palace. And Canrobel, who was riding on the horse, stopped Liuli on the back foot. Mr. Minister, this is given to you by the president. Canrobel, who turned over and dismounted, handed a dinner invitation to Liuli's hands. After Liuli took the invitation, he did not look at Canrobel in front of him, but put him in his arms, and said to Canrobel, please express my thanks to His Excellency the President on my behalf. Your Excellency the President hopes that you must be honored to participate. After speaking, Canrobel rode away on his horse again. Liuli, who watched Canrobel leave, quietly opened the invitation, which was dated June 14th. The time came to 3:40 p.m. The sun near 4 o'clock is so dull, hot, depressing, fading and exciting. It seems that it wants to sprinkle its last light and heat on the earth, which is bleak, but not lacking in heroism. It was at this time that Biffy, the Minister of Agriculture and Commerce, arrived at the Élysée Palace from the countryside. Minister Biffy, welcome, said Jerome Bonaparte, extending his hand to Biffy. Thanks to the kindness of your excellency. Biffy did not shake hands with Jerome Bonaparte. With a hint of arrogance in his personality, he just responded, neither humble nor arrogant. Facing Biffy, who had no intention of getting close to him, Jerome Bonaparte did not have the slightest negative emotion. Sit down. Jerome Bonaparte extended his hand and invited Biffy. Biffy sat opposite Jerome Bonaparte and said, Your Excellency, do you have any instructions for calling me here? Minister Biffy, I would like to ask how many telegraph lines and submarine cables there are in France. Can our telegrams receive information from the whole of Europe in the first place? Jerome Bonaparte breathed a sigh of relief. A number of questions were asked of Biffy. After thinking about it for a long time, Biffy said in the organizational language, Mr. President, there are 5 in France, and they are the same as Belgium, Brussels, Prussia, Rhineland, and Frankfurt, and Austria, Vienna. Submarine cables. A cable from the UK to France is expected to be laid by next year, so we don't get information from the whole of Europe. Does the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce plan to set up a few cables, such as cables to the Ottoman Empire or the same Rome? Jerome Bonaparte asked tentatively. Unfortunately, no. Biffy refused decisively. According to France's current financial expenditure, we cannot build a cable to the Near East. If the cable breaks in the middle, all our investments will be turned into none. And from a practical point of view, the telegraph lines to the Ottoman Empire were of no use at all. And what about Strasbourg? There should be a bus there. Jerome Bonaparte still suggested Buffy in a negotiating tone. It's a pity, Biffy said without giving Jerome Bonaparte any face. Our department also discussed the telegram from Paris and Strasbourg, but we came to the conclusion that the cost outweighed the income. The telegraph circuit is undoubtedly the best choice, and isn't Mr. President's newspaper also a beneficiary? Biffy pointed the finger at Jerome Bonaparte under Jerome Bonaparte, with the potential meaning that he did not want to interfere in the affairs of the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce. If Minister Buffy thinks that there is something wrong with the Bonaparte procedure, then go check it out. I support Minister Buffy's decision. Jerome Bonaparte sneered, and then added, if there is a problem with the Bonaparte, it must have nothing to do with the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce. At that time, I'm afraid I will conduct an in-depth investigation of your internal affairs. Jerome Bonaparte's naked threat is like a rogue. He could, as Jerome Bonaparte hinted, give up one Le Bonaparte, but could Buffet give up the whole department? Besides, once the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce is found out by Jerome Bonaparte, they just need to go to the newspaper and the reporters in Paris will want to smell the **** sharks swarming point. If it affects Odile Barrow's cabinet, he will become a scapegoat. Mr. President, I don't mean not to set up a telegraph line. I think we should suspend our actions. We will wait until the financial balance is available before taking the next action. Buffet's attitude softened instantly. Financial balance? Go dream. According to Jerome Bonaparte's plan, France could not have a financial balance in a few years, and even a huge debt would appear. These are all necessary conditions for industrialization. If we wait for the financial suspension, I'm afraid that the telegraph will not be completed in 10 years. The problem with the telegraph is that I'm Meng Lang. Jerome Bonaparte knew that he didn't have to think about breaking through Buffy's release line. He could only choose to end the topic casually. Your Excellency, I understand your desire to make some achievements for the country. Biffy affirmed Jerome Bonaparte's behavior and pretended to be reasonable to dissuade him. However, you can't be too hasty. We need to wait until the French finances are enough to support our business. I see, Minister Buffy. We really shouldn't be too hasty. After all, you should know that my term is only 4 years, and I want to do something to make them all recognize me. Jerome Bonaparte Tanchal sighed. He seemed to have a baby face arrangement. Biffy, who thought he had persuaded Jerome Bonaparte, gave Jerome Bonaparte verbal encouragement, and then he left the Élysée Palace with a smile of Jerome Bonaparte and a farewell from Pessigny. Pessigny, who sent Biff to the gate of the Élysée Palace, returned to the study again. At this moment, Jerome Bonaparte's expression instantly changed from a smile to a sneer, and the smell of gunpowder filled the entire room. Pessigny, Jerome Bonaparte said indifferently. Yes. Pessigny responded with a quick response. Call me Marcel Yerouja. It's been half a year since his anti-revolutionary investigation unit was established, and now it's time to bear fruit. Jerome Bonaparte said to Pessigny in a commanding tone. Pessigny, who received the order of Jerome Bonaparte, quickly went to the police department, found Commissioner Marcel Yerouja, and informed the president of the order to summon him. Having been the director for half a year, he immediately followed Pessigny to the Élysée Palace to meet the president. With an extremely pious mood, Marcel Yerouja saw Jerome Bonaparte again, and he said excitedly, Your Majesty, it's such a pleasure to meet you. Don't say anything extra. Jerome Bonaparte didn't care about Marcel Yerouja's mood at all. He said rudely, Now with your people, give me a check on Biffy. To the sky. I want to see what kind of courage does this dog girl have to fight against me. Yes. Marcel Yerouja instantly understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant, and he immediately assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would definitely find out the family of the Minister of Agriculture and Commerce. Buffy, don't alarm him, and don't let him know that someone is investigating him. Jerome Bonaparte warned again. Your Majesty www.riyadh1.com. Please rest assured, I promise to do it without anyone noticing. Marcel Yerouja vowed to Jerome Bonaparte. Go. Jerome Bonaparte waved. The highly valued Marcel Yeroja leaves the Élysée Palace accompanied by Pesany. At the time of parting, Marcel Yeroja said indignantly, Secretary General Pesany, that buffet is too presumptuous. Do you need me? Marcel Yeroja made a gesture of wiping his neck, and the meaning was self-evident. Your mission is to thoroughly investigate all the relationships and family assets around buffet, and don't do superfluous things. Be careful to upset His Majesty. Pesany warned the slightly rash guy in front of him. I know. Marcel Yeroja nodded to show his understanding. Chapter 127. Bloodshed in Paris. June 10, 1849. The clergy in Paris cheered as the news of the victory of the French army in Rome spread throughout Paris through the hands of the Bonaparte and the Gazette. In the eyes of the clergy, the victory of Rome was undoubtedly a precursor to the recovery of the church, and it also gave those revolutionaries a major blow. To celebrate this victory, all the clergy in Paris formed a mighty team under the leadership of the bishop. The team stopped at Place Vendôme and prayed under the guidance of the bishop. The bishop of Reims Cathedral, located in the northeast of Paris, went to the Élysée Palace by carriage to express his gratitude to President Jerome Bonaparte at the Holy See. No, it should be said that it was the suggestion of the Holy See in exile. This is the first time ever. You must know that during the Bourbon dynasty and the restoration of Bourbon, Reims Cathedral has always been the place where the Bourbon royal family was crowned. The honor and status that Bishop Reims enjoyed during the Bourbon period can be imagined. However, with the fall of the Restoration Bourbon, Louis Philippe of the Kingdom of Orleans was crowned at the Paris City Hall, which symbolized that the source of kingship had changed from theocracy to secular power, and the status of Reims Cathedral was slightly embarrassing. Status has also been gradually revoked. Even after 18 years of suppression by the Orleans dynasty, the Reims church still enjoys a high historical status. Bishop came to the Élysée Palace to thank himself, which was enough to surprise many. His Royal Highness, thank you for your help to Rome. Everything the Bonaparte family has done for the Pope and God will be favored by God. The old man in a big red bishop's robe and a flat red head respectfully greeted Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the chair, expressed his blessing, and hinted that they would follow the will of Rome and stand on Jerome Bonaparte's side. Thank God for allowing me to do what I can do for him. I will spend my whole life maintaining my relationship with Pope Pius IX. Although the church is no longer the state religion of France, the church has penetrated into every aspect of France. It has been integrated with France. Jerome Bonaparte also reciprocated to the church. I think the church should be more deeply involved in the supervision of public education, so as to prevent some French students from taking detours. I think every secondary school in France should have a priest who will teach them what to do and what not to do, prevent them from going astray. Jerome Bonaparte's words made Bishop Reims even more overjoyed. After 18 years of oppression, they no longer hope to restore their previous status. They only hope to go further on the basis of maintaining their existing industry. Now that President Jerome Bonaparte has given them a chance, what reason do they have not to serve? For the Archbishop of Reims, it is a pity that the ruler of France is not the Count of Chambord, but the church can never hang himself in a tree. For thousands of years, the French church has long summed up a sure win experience. That is, who wins with whom. As long as they can benefit the church, the French church never mind being king, even the devil. During the Bourbon dynasty, the French church steadily followed the king to punish the traitors and eliminate the evil, and took the Pope to prison in France. After the coronation of Emperor Napoleon, the church quickly changed its position in favor of his coronation. Now it's just that the original emperor has been turned into the emperor's nephew, and the church, as a kneeling family, has once again expressed its submission to the new ruler. That's great! Bishop Reims exclaimed excitedly, and his wrinkled face showed an almost flattering expression and said nakedly, it is a great honor for the Bonaparte family to protect France. I think Bonaparte should guard this country from generation to generation. That depends on the will of God and all the French people. Jerome Bonaparte flashed a trace of disdain in his eyes, but still pretended to be pious. If God really wants to let the Bonaparte family guard this country riddled with holes, then he will surely deliver his will. Am I right, Mr. Bishop? Yes, that's right. Although God cannot communicate verbally, he has appointed his servants to speak for him with practical actions. Bishop Reims nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. For a large MLM organization with more than 1000 years of MLM history, promoting Jerome Bonaparte could not be easier. Not to mention a real flesh and blood person like Jerome Bonaparte. Even if it is a fictional character, the church can convince the people of the country that this is a real person. Point after all, the French clergy monopolized the voice of the grassroots and blocked the information channels of the grassroots. Just as Jerome Bonaparte and Archbishop of Reims were having a great conversation, there was a hurried knock on the door. Jerome Bonaparte pointed at the door and asked Bishop Reims for his opinion. Light. Bishop Lance said softly. Come in, said Jerome Bonaparte to the visitor outside the door. Persigny pushed the door and entered. He glanced at the Bishop of Reims and then reported to Jerome Bonaparte. Your Excellency, there is a commotion in the Place Vendôme. Jerome Bonaparte's unprecedented serious expression, the unpremeditated commotion in France, is undoubtedly the most terrifying. What the asterisk is going on? Persigny explained the situation to Jerome Bonaparte. It turned out that the reason for all the commotion came from the prayers of the priests in the Place Vendôme. The prayers of the priests in the Place Vendôme stimulated some believers of the Montagnards. They were quite concerned that the French Republic army had forcibly interfered in the Roman Republic without the consent of the National Assembly. They couldn't hold back their emotions when they complained. Under the intentional guidance of some people, reading www.canchu.com, mountaineers began to use their spears and butts to go to Place Vendôme for a friendly visit to the clergy. A conflict is inevitable. The Montagnards, who had an advantage in numbers and weapons, beat the priests on the Place Vendôme in the first round. Such was the case with respected clergymen, who were soon expelled from the Place Vendôme by the Montagnards. If the police force had not arrived in time, some senior priests who were old and infirm would have been beaten to death by them. The police who arrived at Place Vendôme quickly brought the situation under control, and many of the guys involved in the brawl were taken to jail. Your Excellency, these thugs must be severely punished. Bishop Lance clamored to look good on those guys. The priest's blood cannot be allowed to shed in vain. Chapter 128, Fabricated Treasonous Group. Mr. Bishop, I don't think it is necessary. Jerome Bonaparte spoke calmly. For Jerome Bonaparte, this conflict was undoubtedly a godsend to expel the Montagnards from Parliament, and he had to seize the opportunity to make the fans refers to the Montagnards. Behave like idols refers to Ledru. Roland is bound together. It is best to send Ledru, Roland and the others to French Guiana on the charge of betraying France. Mr. President, if you can't uphold justice for us, who else in France can stop those thugs? They are the incarnation of Robespierre's ghost, and they want to destroy the whole of France. Bishop Reims showed a sad and angry expression. Jerome Bonaparte said, Mr. Bishop, I didn't say not to punish those guys. Jerome Bonaparte explained to Bishop Reims, the source of this riot was not those guys, but the Montagnards in Parliament, the Ledru, Roland and the others. Only by completely expelling their group from Parliament can France be able to regain its peace. Then what should we do? Bishop Lance asked immediately. Mr. Bishop, it's just that you and your party, the Church of Order, support us as usual. Jerome Bonaparte said to Bishop Reims with a smile. The Bishop of Reims, who was assured by Jerome Bonaparte, left the Élysée Palace satisfied and went to the police department to pick up people. After Bishop Reims left, Jerome Bonaparte called out Persigny again and instructed, Persigny, I order you to go to the Ministry of the Interior immediately and tell Leon Fauch, Minister of the Interior, I don't care what method he uses, I must let those people bite to death. Everything they do is instructed by Ledru Roland. Do you understand? Got it? Persigny responded quickly. Go. Jerome Bonaparte waved, and Persigny left the study and went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Jerome Bonaparte was alone in the study, and after a moment of thought, he picked up the bell in the corner of the desk. The crisp bell came from the study room, and it didn't take long for Mocha, the head of the office of the Élysée Palace, to push the door and enter. Your Majesty. Mocha respectfully saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Go and invite Prime Minister Baron Thiers. Jerome Bonaparte explained the task to Mocha. Yes. Mocha, who took over the task, also left the study. Jerome Bonaparte got up and came to the windowsill, looking at the scorching ball of light in the west and muttering, come on, under. the leadership of Mocha, Odilon Barrett and Thiers came to Jerome Bonaparte's study point. The three sat on the sofa while drinking tea and chatting. Mr. Prime Minister, Senator Thiers, you must all know what happened at the Place Vendôme today. Jerome Bonaparte took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. He glanced at the two people in deep thought. The man went on to say, I want to ask the two of you what you think. What happened at Place Vendôme today is a terrible accident. Since the founding of the Republic, those thugs attacked the unarmed clergyman. I suspect that there is a cabal behind them that is secretly subverting the entire Republic. As soon as Herr opened his mouth, he directly gave the Mountain Party a big hat of subverting the Republic and put on a posture that he wished the Mountain Party would die immediately. That's right. I suspect that this cabal is in the National Assembly, nowhere else. Of course Odilon Barrot would not miss the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he also echoed Thiers. Jerome Bonaparte, who was performing with Odilon Barrot and Thiers, put on a surprise expression. Excellent. I thought so too. If someone hadn't supported him, they wouldn't have done it. It's going to be so rampant. Jerome Bonaparte, Thiers, and Odilon Barrot smiled at each other, and they all understood what the other meant. Point from this moment on, the Mountain Party will be completely transformed into a historical symbol. On the 12th, the National Assembly convened at the Palais Bourbon. Point except for a few members, who were not in the scene, all the members were present. Jerome Bonaparte also arrived at the scene. Sitting in a separate box in the auditorium, he quietly waited for the start of the show. Parliament officially began under the gavel of Speaker Marist. I accuse. Ledru Rollin of the Mountain Party seat stood up and shouted. Everyone turned their attention to Ledru Rollin, who raised his head and walked to the rostrum to preach loudly. In the witness of this holy National Assembly and all the members, I would like to pay tribute to Jerome Rollin. Impeachment of Bonaparte, Odilon Barrot and his cabinet. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone, except Jerome Bonaparte, changed slightly. They impeached the president, the prime minister and the cabinet leadership. Is it Ledru Rollin crazy or the world crazy? According to Article 110 of the Constitution of the French Republic, the French Republic shall not use force to threaten the liberty of others. Ledru Rollin, who was well prepared, said with high morale, President Jerome Bonaparte, Prime Minister Odilon Barrot violating the Constitution of the Republic with all the cabinet members. They concealed information and privately assigned General Riegnaud to attack Rome. They disregarded the friendship between the Roman Republic and the French Republic and violated the personal safety of other countries. Jerome Bonaparte and Odilon Barrot should step down from his post, and the French army should immediately release Mazzini and withdraw from France. As soon as Ledru Rollin finished speaking, there was warm applause from the Mountain Party camp, and the Republicans also smiled at Ledru Rollin. The Party of Order responded to Ledru Rollin's accusations in silence, and Thiers, Mollet and the others were full of disdain. Republicans will definitely use all means to force people to respect the Constitution, even if they have to resort to force. Ledru Rollin threatened war to the Party of Order camp. Litigation force. The Mountain Party also shouted loudly, quiet. Marist struck the gavel again in an attempt to stabilize the situation. I suggest that Jerome Bonaparte and Odilon Barrot's own cabinet members be brought to court immediately. After that, Ledru Rollin handed over the proposal to Marist. The subtle change in Marist's expression was not noticed. Ledru Rollin's stupidity is about to bring himself to complete destruction. Jerome Bonaparte, who was watching the big play in the box, said to Eugen Raout beside him with a playful expression, Raout, have you heard? Our Mr. Rollin wants us all to go to court. Your Majesty, Rollin is courting death. Eugen Raout sneered, staring at the high-spirited Rollin on stage with the eyes of a dead man. Let's continue watching Rollin's performance. Jerome Bonaparte said to Eugen Raout, leaning his body on the back of his chair. As soon as Ledru Rollin's proposal was handed in, Marist could only bite the bullet and say, the proposal to submit the president, the prime minister and the cabinet to the court for trial. The deputies in the audience raised the exquisite pieces of paper in their hands one after another, agreeing with black letters on a blue background, and opposing with black letters on a white background. All MPs from the Party of Order raised their opposition cards. Nearly 20 Republican MPs raised blue, the remaining 40 raised white, and the mountains were all blue. 260 to 450 votes. Merest said after knocking 3 times in a row. Mr. Ludru Roland, your proposal has not passed. You will regret it. After stepping down, Ludru Roland pointed to some members of the Order Party, some of whom were originally from the Republican Party. Since Ludru Roland has finished speaking, then it's my turn to play. Thiers stood up and said, "Men." Thiers, what do you want to say? Merest asked Thiers. Now that the fight is getting more and more intense, Merest really doesn't want to continue. Otherwise, there is bound to be a big mess. I have something interesting to report to Parliament. May I go up, Mr. Speaker? Thiers asked Merest politely. Of course, Senator Thiers. The National Assembly is not a stage for a certain person or a certain group. Merest glanced at Ludru Roland. He disliked that guy more and more. After coming to power, Thiers handed Merest a few sheets of paper with densely written messages, and then turned around and said, "Mr. Roland just said that, if the proposal is unsuccessful, they will appeal to force to solve it." Humph. Ludru Roland snorted coldly. "I just have some confessions here. The confessions say that Senator Roland and his party are trying to attack us in the Parliament. They are trying to instigate class struggle outside the Parliament. They are trying to set up a public security committee and try to subvert the entire republic." Thiers said. The voice grew louder and Ludru Roland, who had never thought of this before, flatly denied it. Then, "Senator Roland, why did you deliberately seek the support of the army? What did you tell your comrades, that you got the support of the army?" Thiers put 2 hats on Ludru Roland and then confronted the horse. Rust said, "Mr. Speaker, there are indications that Ludru Roland is the guy who deliberately subverts the entire republic. I propose that Ludru Roland should be arrested, and his mountain party should also conduct a gradual review." "You are slandering." Ludru Roland shouted hysterically. "Mr. Roland, how can you prove your innocence?" Thiers showed a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. Merest votes on scrutiny of Ludru Roland in the mountains for treason. With 380 votes in favor and 330 against, Parliament agreed to the review. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Smash the traitorous group. Ludru Roland, who is good at labeling others, never imagined that he would one day be labeled as subverting the government of the French Republic. "No, I don't agree. You are a frame-up. You are the tyranny of the majority." Ludru Roland of the Mountain Party seat stood up hysterically, pointing at Thiers who was carrying him up and angrily scolded. Afterwards, Ludru Roland seemed to be talking to himself. He raised his head and murmured, I see. You must be submissive. Leon Fushy is your lackey." Looking at Ludru Roland's stunned appearance, Thiers on the stage, despised the guy in front of him even more. If the Montagnards, Jacobins, under Robespierre were the embodiment of fear, then the Montagnards under Ludru Roland were like a humble clown bearing the name of Robespierre. Thiers showed contempt in his eyes, and he said calmly, "Mr. Ludru Roland, since you think the National Assembly is a tyranny of the majority." Immediately, he put one hand on the rostrum and said aggressively, "So in your eyes, what is not tyranny? Is it only you and your party and the entire National Assembly who are correct? Wake up. Tyrant, the era of splurges is over. The fear of the Public Security Committee is gone." Thiers' remarks made Ludru Roland unable to say anything to refute for a while, and he regretted the impulsive words just now. To deny the legitimacy of the National Assembly means to deny themselves. Many members of the Republican Party, Lamartine, and the Party of Order, Victor Hugo, who originally had a good impression of the Mountain Party, were very dissatisfied with what Ludru Roland had just said. Even the members of the Mountain Party were embarrassed and displeased by their leader's just rhetoric. I'm not denying the National Assembly. I'm just speaking." Ludru Roland, who was not good at eloquence, seemed to be speechless. Seeing that Ludru Roland hesitated to answer, Thiers seized the opportunity again and said, "Mr. Roland, since you do not deny the legitimacy of the National Assembly, then please implement the proposal of the National Assembly just now." Thiers turned his head to Marist on the rostrum and said, "Citizen Speaker, I request to suspend the membership of Ledru Roland and the Montagnard Party and review them immediately. In the Constitution of the French Republic, parliamentarians have the power to censor immunity. Suspension of MPs is an essential step if you want to bring MPs to justice. Of course, if the army is dispatched, it is not impossible. This." Marist hesitated, and he was good at fighting mud. He didn't want to see the entire National Assembly become a battlefield of life and death. "Can you wait for the evidence to be conclusive before making a decision?" "Citizen Speaker, the evidence is very conclusive. Ledru Roland is the one lurking in France in an attempt to subvert the Republic. I request that he be arrested immediately." Thiers did not give Speaker Marist any face. He took a tough attitude towards Speaker Rust ordered. Marist was unwilling to agree to Thiers' proposal on the spot, and he also did not want to offend the party of order, so he could only laugh and say, "This proposal, I think we should wait until all the deputies have arrived before making a decision. It's not that there are still 40. Didn't a member of parliament come?" Thiers, of course, knew that Marist was stalling for time, and he didn't think he could force Ledru Roland to lay down his arms and surrender at the parliamentary level. All he did was to make Ledru Roland run away outside the National Assembly, then he would have a chance to kill the Mountain Party. Thiers did not speak. He bowed slightly to Marist, then gave Ledru Roland a contemptuous glance and stepped down. "Humph. Go." Just as Thiers had dealt with Ledru Roland's call for the Montagnards to leave despite the decentness of the National Assembly, he was unwilling to have another assembly that suffocated in point. In Ledru Roland's view, the National Assembly was no longer protected by the Constitution, and those members had completely turned into royalists, and he wanted to fight them outside the parliament and in the barricades. Ledru Roland's behavior of leaving the National Assembly without announcing its dismissal made Marist dislike him even more as the speaker. This treatment. Just when Ledru Roland led a few Mountain Party members from the left aisle, a voice sounded from behind Ledru Roland. "Mr. Roland, the National Assembly is not a vegetable market. Come and leave if you want. Just go." For a time, everyone looked at the owner of the voice. Ledru Roland turned to the owner of the voice and said, "Mr. President, the Constitution does not stipulate that members of the Congress cannot leave the venue at will. The Constitution stipulates that the National Assembly is the organ that enjoys the highest authority in France. What do you mean by despising the National Assembly as a member of the parliament? Do you still have a republic in your eyes? Do you still have 30 million French compatriots?" Napad put on a posture of respecting the National Assembly and criticized Ledru Roland. "Or, Mr. Roland, you have voluntarily relinquished your status as a member. I would rather not be a member of this council of flying dogs." Ledru Roland, who was dazed, did not realize the trap that Jerome Bonaparte prepared for him. "The parliament in my heart is in the streets of Paris, not here. Since Mr. Roland, you are no longer willing to be a part of the National Assembly, please do so." Jerome Bonaparte put on a please listen and respect attitude. "Mr. President, you and your cabinet will definitely be overthrown by the angry people of Paris." Ledru Roland sneered at the National Assembly. After Ledru Roland left, Jerome Bonaparte smiled and watched in the National Assembly, with a hint of jest in his tone. "Everyone, the National Assembly really put on a wonderful performance." Cough, cough. Marist on the rostrum cleared his throat and tapped the gavel. "Citizen President, do you know what you are doing here at the Bourbon Palace?" Jerome Bonaparte still had a playful expression on his face and said, "I'm a member of France. Can't I come to the parliament to listen?" "Mr. Speaker, you heard it just now. Senator Ledru Roland has already he voluntarily gave up his status as a member of parliament, and we can start censorship from him." "Right, that's right." Many in the party of order camp agree that parliament appears to be slipping into chaos again. "Quiet." Marist struck the gavel again, and when the parliament was quiet again, he said, "Citizen President, this is not something you have to consider. Whether Ledru Roland really gives up the councillor is up to you. The National Assembly calls the shots." Jerome Bonaparte again showed his sympathy and left the Bourbon Palace. After the spoiler of Ledru Roland and Jerome Bonaparte, the Holy National Assembly disappeared. Fortunately, not many journalists are in the National Assembly, and what happens inside the National Assembly is not reported. Under Marist's gavel, the farce-like National Assembly broke up. In the early morning of June 13th, an article entitled Manifesto to the People was published by Reform, Peace, Democracy and Proudhon's People's Point. The article unreservedly recorded what happened in the National Assembly that day, and the sanctity of the National Assembly also disappeared at this moment. This was followed by a massive demonstration along the boulevard, with nearly 30,000 unarmed National Guard and workers groups under the call of La Ruralande and some of the Montagnards with Long Live the Constitution, to force the reform of the National Assembly. As soon as the procession began to move, it reached the Élysée Palace. Jerome Bonaparte, Fierce, Odilon Barrett, Changanier, and Lélia gathered in the study of the Élysée Palace. Okay. They all jumped out. Odilon Barrett said excitedly. Fierce and Jerome Bonaparte both smiled, and the strategy of leading the snake out of the hole seemed to have worked. The next step is the performance of Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte gave an order to Liuli, Minister Liuli, as president. I order you to immediately sign the order for the mobilization of the Paris army. We will not tolerate those who try to subvert the republic. Yes, President. Liuli responded immediately. General Changanier, you and your troops can be dispatched. Jerome Bonaparte gave Changanier another order. Yes. Changanier stood up and saluted Jerome Bonaparte and rode away. Half an hour later, General Changanier, who arrived at the barracks in the suburbs, quickly gave the order to enter Paris. 10,000 French regulars quickly entered Paris. The protest parade on Peace Road and Boulevard was dumbfounded when they saw Changanier's dragoons and riflemen. Riyadh1.com. There was no regular army dispatched in their script. Disperse them. Changanier on horseback pointed to the procession with his saddle and bridle. The regular army troops cut the marching troops like tigers entering the flock. Quickly use weapons to counterattack. La Ruralande called on the parade to counterattack with weapons, but they didn't have any weapons after that. La Ruralande went to the 8th and 9th Corps of the National Guard of Paris under the protection of a small part of the Paris artillery, and he hoped to get their help. The 8th and 9th Corps, unwilling to clash with the regular army, rejected him. At the same time, an order was issued from the Élysée Palace for the arrest of La Ruralande and his comrades who attempted to overthrow the republic. This time, La Ruralande and the Mountain Party were completely turned into fish on the chopping board. Chapter 130, The Dust Settles. June 13th, 1849. 3 p.m. Under the wise leadership of President Jerome Bonaparte and the excellent command of General Changanier, La Ruralande and his party were quickly arrested and brought to justice. This time La Ruralande never had the chance to escape to the Rijksmuseum and then diverted to London as a political exile. Imprisoned by brutal soldiers, he had no choice but to await trial. On the other hand, the Party of Order and Jerome Bonaparte, who were the victors, were in high spirits. For the Party of Order, the National Assembly, which has swept away the Mountain Party, will completely become a committee of public security that belongs only to them. For Jerome Bonaparte, the seemingly huge Party of Order became a paper tiger after swept away the stubborn Mountain Party and the Republican faction. The Party of Order, which has the Mountain Party and the Republican Party as enemies, will not fall apart because of the question of interests, but without these two parties, the secondary contradiction will become the primary contradiction. Jerome Bonaparte only needs to take advantage of the fishermen. Accompanied by Changanier, Jerome Bonaparte, riding on a white horse, reviewed the regular army and the National Guard again. Soldiers lined up in a phalanx to wait for the review by President Jerome Bonaparte and Commander Changanier. Every time Jerome Bonaparte came to a phalanx, the commander of the phalanx would order their soldiers to shout, "Napoleon long live." This is the slogan used by General Changanier and Jerome Bonaparte to identify the loyalists after consultation, and any army that shouts the slogan "Long live Napoleon" is regarded as a loyalist. Sure enough, when Jerome Bonaparte and Changanier inspected the 8th, 9th and 12th National Guard Corps, the officers of the 8th, 9th and 12th Corps shouted, "Long live the Republic." General Changanier gestured to the adjutant beside him, and the adjutant, who was instructed by Changanier, nodded to understand that he had secretly recorded these 3 legions, and only after the military parade was over, they would ask Prime Minister Barrot and Liuli. The minister signed the document for the dissolution of the 3 legions, and then promptly dismissed the 3 legions. The poor 3 commanders in charge of the legion did not know the fate they were about to suffer. After all the troops were inspected, Jerome Bonaparte was sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs by the Army Dragoons. The Minister of the Interior, Leon Fouché, led the subordinate directors of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to greet him in person. "Mr. President," Leon Fouché said to Jerome Bonaparte with a flattering expression. "Minister Fouché, where are the traitor Ledru Rollin and his comrades now imprisoned?" Jerome Bonaparte handed the white horse to the soldier beside him and patted the dust on his body. "Report to the President. Ledru Rollin and the others are being held in the prison of the Ministry of the Interior." Leon Fouché replied, "I want to see him." "Can I?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Leon Fouché. "Of course, Your Excellency. Please come with me," Leon Fouché said as he led Jerome Bonaparte to the prison of the police department under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In this cellar-like prison, Jerome Bonaparte met Ledru Rollin again. At this time, Ledru Rollin was no longer the same as before. He was covered in dust and had a bruise on his forehead, as if he had been beaten by someone. Jerome Bonaparte guessed that it might be that Ledru Rollin was beaten by the rude when he resisted. In just one day, the former congressman was reduced to the current prisoner, which is ironic for France, which claims to be a beacon of democracy. "Mr. Ledru Rollin, how did you become like this in just one day's work?" Jerome Bonaparte, who was outside the prison, looked at Ledru Rollin pretending to be surprised. "Jerome Bonaparte." Ledru Rollin raised his head and looked at him, shouting, "Don't be too complacent. It won't be long before you will become like me. They won't let go past you, Mr. Rollin." Jerome Bonaparte restrained his astonishment and turned to a sarcastic expression. "I don't want to overthrow the republic like you do. I respect the authority of the National Assembly and am willing to serve the National Assembly. My colleagues in the Party of Order are my closest associates. How could they be my enemies? Yes, you are just a puppet they support, or thief who recklessly squanders the great man's afterglow. It's too late for them to thank you." Ledru Rollin, who was basically in a state of self-abandonment, laughed like a demon. "History will not let you go. The French people will definitely recognize your ugly face." "The people?" Jerome Bonaparte sneered disdainfully. "What the people know does not depend on them, but on what we want them to know." "Which history are you talking about? Version, you careerist. Sooner or later, you will destroy the entire republic." Ledru Rollin pointed at Jerome Bonaparte and said angrily, "Mr. Rollin, on the contrary, I will protect this beautiful republic." Jerome Bonaparte responded and added in his heart, "The premise is that this republic can become an empire." Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked again, "Mr. Rollin, don't you want to know your ending?" Ledru Rollin in the cell sneered disdainfully, "It's nothing more than one death." No. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and said to Ledru Rollin, "You will not die. After all, it is a shame for the National Assembly to sentence a few members to death. They were also voted for by the workers. Let me tell you, you will be exiled to the South American colonies as political prisoners. I hope your theories can teach those natives to learn the truth, the good and the beautiful, in the unspoken rules of exile in France. People who are famous and do not cause too much harm to France will send them out of France, whether to go to Brussels or London. Let them decide. The second-class political criminals will be exiled to Erol's colony at Gers. The last political criminals were exiled to French Guiana. Crimes of the first two classes may also be returned to France if they receive amnesty. The last class of political criminals means that the French government does not even want to see him and will never have the right to be pardoned. I will witness your destruction there with my own eyes," Ledru Rollin said with gritted teeth. "Mr. Rollin, you may not be able to wait for that day. I wish you a pleasant stay in South America." Jerome Bonaparte politely bowed to Ledru Rollin and left. Before leaving the prison of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Jerome Bonaparte once again instructed Leon Fouché not to let Ledru Rollin seek his own short-sightedness. He must wait until the judicial system is over for the trial, and he will be detained in Ledru Rollin. In the meantime, don't let him meet anyone. Leon Fouché swore to Jerome Bonaparte that he would not live up to his expectations. Jerome Bonaparte rode back to the Élysée Palace. On June 14th, as soon as the news of Ledru Rollin's arrest came out, many deputies who sympathized with Ledru Rollin went to visit him at the Élysée Palace. Without exception, he interceded with Jerome Bonaparte, hoping that he could pardon Ledru Roland. Jerome Bonaparte pretended to be entangled for a long time at first, and then finally couldn't stand the congressman's plea. He tactfully promised the congressman who came to intercede that he would do his best to help Congressman Ledru Roland to avoid the death penalty, but the death penalty could be exemption. Living guilt is inevitable. In the conversation with the parliamentarians, Jerome Bonaparte clearly felt that some of the parliamentarians seemed to want to move closer to the Élysée Palace. The Élysée Pie is no longer an empty shell with only a name. 14th at 7 p.m. After the last ray of dawn disappeared on the horizon, night fell. Minister of War Liuli took a carriage to the Élysée Palace to make an appointment. The carriage drove straight into the gate of the Élysée Palace, and Liuli got off. "Welcome, Mr. L. Liuli," said Conrobel, who was in charge of welcoming Liuli, addressing him title. "Yeah." Liuli nodded slightly. Under the leadership of Conrobel, Liuli came to the dinner restaurant. "Mr. President is inside," Conrobel said, pointing to a door at the end. Liuli walked to the gate, and the two servants in charge of guarding the gate quickly opened the door when they saw Liuli's arrival. After Liuli entered the room, the door closed again. President Jerome Bonaparte was sitting dignifiedly at the main table when he saw Liuli coming. He slightly invited, "Sit down, Mr. President, good morning." Liuli sat down. "Red wine or brandy?" Jerome Bonaparte asked again. Liuli pondered for a moment and said, "Brandy." Jerome Bonaparte waved, and the servant in charge of serving quickly poured a glass of brandy for Liuli and Jerome Bonaparte. "Let's begin," said Jerome Bonaparte to the servant. The servants who received the order quickly served Jerome Bonaparte and Liuli. Since the dinner party used a French-style serving method, all the dishes were served at one time. So Jerome Bonaparte and Liuli's table mountain is full of food. Sturgeon, caviar, foie gras and snails are naturally essential things. Looking at the steaming and charmingly fragrant food, Liuli was a little puzzled. What did the president mean by calling him here? Thinking of this, Liuli's heart felt a little more worried. "I hope the president doesn't let him do things he can't do, Mr. Minister." Jerome Bonaparte raised his glass to signal. Liuli hurriedly raised his glass and said, "Mr. President." After taking a sip of wine, Jerome Bonaparte said half jokingly and half seriously to Minister Liuli, "Mr. Minister, what do you think of the Alpine Front?" Chapter 131, Preparing to Strike. Jerome Bonaparte's sudden question surprised Liuli. Who does not know in Paris that the commander of the Italian front is now the hardcore marshal of the party of Order Biruo. Just last month, Marshal Biruo was still in Lyon clamoring to lead troops close to Paris to defeat the Red Element. Oh, God, does the president want to compare RUO's hands? Thinking of this, Liuli could not help but feel his scalp tingling. He should never have taken over as Minister of War from the beginning. This position is simply a fire pit. So far, Liuli can only tentatively answer cautiously. "I think Marshal Biruo is strict in governing the army. Under the leadership of R, the combat effectiveness of the Italian front army is steadily improving. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that Marshal Biaro is also the commander of the Italian front." Jerome Bonaparte suddenly realized a problem. Marshal Biaro, the great emperor of the Italian front, would die in September this year, so he said the idea of transferring Liuli to the command of the Italian front seems to be a bit difficult to execute. "Your Excellency." Liuli looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. He didn't understand Jerome Bonaparte. "Minister Liuli," Jerome Bonaparte said to Liuli, picking up an aluminum knife and fork and cutting the foie gras on the plate into small pieces. "Frankly, you are no longer fit to be Minister of War. This job," the calm words of Jerome Bonaparte reached Liuli's ears through the air. So cold, Liuli's fiery body was at the moment when Jerome Bonaparte said, "You are not suitable for Minister of War." Frozen, his mind went blank. He didn't know how to reply to Jerome Bonaparte. Although Liuli said in his mouth that he should not take over as Minister of War, and knew in his heart that he would be dismissed by the President or the Prime Minister sooner or later, when Jerome Bonaparte really showed off to him, he could not accept it for a while. This result: "You were the ones who recalled me from the Legislative Assembly, and you are the ones who now think I'm unfit to be Secretary of War." An inexplicable anger poured into Liuli's heart. If he was not a politician, he would definitely get up and leave. Precisely because he is a politician, even if his teeth are broken, he will smile and say, "Good fight." Mr. President, I know that I'm not qualified for the post of Minister of War because of my lack of knowledge and talent. Liu smiled reluctantly and said to Jerome Bonaparte in a dry tone. Seeing Liu's morning expression, Jerome Bonaparte became even more determined to take power in his own hands. He didn't want to be a chess piece like Liu that was thrown away. The party of order must die. The empire must live in order to ease the awkward atmosphere. Jerome Bonaparte raised his glass and said briskly, Mr. Minister, thank you for your work at the Ministry of War these days. Liu raised his glass and drank the brandy forcefully. The bitter brandy caused Liu to cough twice. The servant on the side hurriedly handed the white handkerchief to Minister Liu, who took the handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth, apologizing. Your Excellency, please forgive my gaffe. Mr. Minister, I understand your current mood. Jerome Bonaparte comforted Minister Liu and then changed the conversation. I also understand and respect your neutral choice, but I hope you can also understand, come on me, that old guy from Changania has been getting more and more outrageous lately. Jerome Bonaparte's candid response gave Liu's cold heart a touch of warmth, and he also understood that with the fall of the Mountain Party and the Republican Party, the enemies of the president and the party of order no longer existed. Either the president suppresses the parliament to become a real president, or the parliament suppresses the president and turns the president into a puppet. P.S. Liu thinks that Jerome Bonaparte just wants to act as a president with real power and spend 4 years smoothly. How could the president, the emperor's nephew, tolerate a dictatorial parliament over his head? There is absolutely no possibility of neutrality between the president and the party of order. The War Department was just the first wave of the president's attack on Congress. Minister Liu, who wanted to understand, finally felt better in his heart. He was unwilling to help the president against the parliament, and he was also unwilling to help the parliament against the president. It was indeed not suitable for him to stay in this position. Your Excellency, I don't want to be involved in the whirlpool of party disputes, and I also understand your will. Liu couldn't help reminding, but as a minister who is about to be dismissed by you, a humble person who follows the emperor to fight, officer, I still want to remind you that the War Department is a huge and bloated bureaucratic organization. If it is not necessary, I hope you will not touch them. Once their interests are touched, even if they respect you, they will not respect you, hesitating to fight back against you. I know these guys too well. They won't oppose you when you are still on stage, and if one day you really lose power by accident, they will definitely fight back without hesitation. Mr. Minister, thank you for your advice. Jerome Bonaparte first expressed his gratitude to Liu, then said firmly, I remember 2 months ago, I told you that even if the abyss, I will jump into the abyss without hesitation. Jerome Bonaparte's firm expression reminded Liu of the emperor more than 30 years ago. Was the emperor also so firm? If he was still young, he would not hesitate to follow the emperor's nephew to do great things. Now that he is old and his thinking has become conservative, he would rather resign than participate in it, if he is not willing to toss. Your Excellency, since you have made up your mind, then I sincerely wish you success. Minister Liu also raised his glass and said to Jerome Bonaparte, yeah. Jerome Bonaparte nodded. The two crystal clear wine glasses collided and made a ding-dong sound. Liu and Jerome Bonaparte drank the brandy in the glass at the same time, and the servant on the side quickly filled the two with wine. Liu carefully squeezed half a lemon with a knife and fork, and the lemonade flowed from the lemon to the sturgeon meat. The sour lemon was combined with the soft and tender sturgeon meat, and the special sauce was gently chewed in the mouth. Supreme enjoyment. Jerome Bonaparte quietly waited for Liu to finish the meal, and when Liu's Adam's apple wriggled up and down, Jerome Bonaparte said, Mr. Minister, I don't know where you want to be. Deputy Commander of the Strasbourg Front, Deputy Commander of the Italian Front, or the Governor of the Algerian Front. Jerome Bonaparte nakedly let Liu choose, in the form of compensation, the military commander who should have been a public weapon. Liu showed a surprised expression, and Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and said, Mr. Minister, I just think you should get out of the whirlpool of the Minister of War. You are an excellent general, shouldn't be buried. Deputy Commander of the Strasbourg Front. Liu's choice was beyond Jerome Bonaparte's expectations. He did not choose the governor of Algeria, who who had the most oil and water, but instead chose the deputy commander of Strasbourg. Thanks to the generosity of the president for giving me so many choices, Liuli said with a self-deprecating smile. I'm old. I don't want to be involved in any disputes, nor do I want to do any dangerous work. It's a good job to be deputy commander of Strasbourg. I see. Jerome Bonaparte nodded to Liuli. However, Your Excellency, I want to know who will come to take over my job. Minister Liuli asked Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte was silent. I took the liberty, Liuli said apologetically to Jerome Bonaparte. I'm currently serving as Major General Riegno of the Roman Expeditionary Force. Jerome Bonaparte said, I'm going to let him take your place and lead the War Department. It turned out to be him. Only then did Liuli understand why Renaud had just been promoted to Major General as the commander of the Roman Expeditionary Force. After a long time of trouble, it turned out that the president paved the way for him to take over his position smoothly. Renaud's treatment made Liuli jealous and a little gloating at the same time, and he looked forward to the performance of Renaud. After returning home, the calm Minister Liuli said half jokingly, it seems that you are not going to dismiss me immediately, Your Excellency President. That's right. Jerome Bonaparte nodded in agreement with Liuli's idea. I still hope that you, Minister, can help me reorganize the War Department during the period before you leave. We will not forget you, Mr. Minister. Contribution. Liuli pondered for a moment and then said, I will do my best to serve His Excellency the President. After all the conversation was over, Liuli sat on the horse for the return journey, accompanied by Jerome Bonaparte himself. Looking at the back of Liuli's carriage with a long shadow and moving away, Jerome Bonaparte turned and returned to the Élysée Palace. Your Majesty, what point Riyad one con did Liuli really agree? Asked Pesani, who followed Jerome Bonaparte. He has promised. Jerome Bonaparte responded. Great. Pesani clenched his fists excitedly and said, I can finally give those guys a good look. Pesani, exclaimed Jerome Bonaparte coldly. Yes. Pesani responded quickly. Before you go to the last step, please be careful. Jerome Bonaparte reminded Pesani indifferently. Any slight negligence may take everything from us. Yes. Pesani responded solemnly. On the other hand, Liuli on the carriage stared at Paris outside the window with blurred eyes. Paris shrouded in darkness seemed so silent and terrifying, and the conflict hidden under the undercurrent was about to begin. An eventful autumn. Chapter 132. Apply for martial law. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, July 1st has arrived. The summer heat is approaching, and there is not a single cloud in the sky of Paris. The summer sun is shining brightly on every street in Paris. Even the air is scorching hot. Pedestrians on the road have to speed up their feet to walk home under the scorching sun. Even in such hot weather, the Supreme Court of the First Arrondissement in Paris is still very lively. Gentlemen in black tuxedos and top hats sat sweating profusely in the auditorium, wiping the unstoppable sweat on their foreheads with handkerchiefs. Some informal gentlemen even unbuttoned their tuxedos to reveal their white shirts. Get a touch of coolness. Today is the busiest day of the Supreme Court since the establishment of the Second Republic. The seats in the auditorium have been reserved as early as 2 hours before the hearing, so that many people have to squeeze into the corridor of the auditorium. After a while, the left and right corridors are the same. It was also crowded, with people eagerly awaiting the court session. I heard that some big man is going to be judged. The show is about to begin. Fears in the audience turned to Count Morley next to him. Count Morley nodded and responded, it is indeed a wonderful drama. That's right. Fears also responded with a smile, then glanced regretfully at the vacant seat beside him and sighed. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Barrow was not there. Barrow? Humph. This guy almost lost himself in the position of Prime Minister. He almost forgot who pushed him to the position of Prime Minister. Morley sneered sarcastically. At 10 a.m., the Supreme Court officially begins. 5 majors wearing wigs and black robes. No, it should be the justices who walked out of the corridor beside the rostrum. The justice sitting in the middle struck the gavel and said solemnly, quiet. The commotion in the audience instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the 5 justices on the stage. The 5 justices put their hands on the 5 constitutions. placed on the rostrum and solemnly swear that they will abide by the Constitution and enforce the law impartially. After the oath was completed, the justice struck the gavel again and said like a bell, "The court is now open, and the defendant Ludru Roland is in court." Under the asterisk of the judicial police, Ludru Roland and dozens of his party members came to the plaintiff's seat. Immediately afterwards, the 5 justices checked some of the information of Ludru Roland. After checking, the court officially entered the proceedings. "It's up to the prosecutor to read the indictment now," the justice said solemnly, turning his eyes to the prosecutor. "According to the investigation according to the law, it was found that at 9 o'clock on June 13, 1849, the defendant Ludru Roland attempted to incite a rebellion of the National Guard and attempted to subvert the Republic." Defendant: "What do you want to explain now?" Prosecutor questioning Ludru Roland and others. After Ludru Roland was silent for a while, he raised his head and said firmly, "I'm not guilty." Then, pointing to the justice in the courtroom, he shouted hoarsely, "It's you who are guilty. You accomplices. You are destroying the sacred Constitution of the Republic, and you." Ludru Roland pointed his finger at the audience member of the Party of Order in the seat. There was a commotion in the corridor behind the auditorium, and many Parisians who were watching the excitement began to whisper, while some tabloid reporters immersed themselves in recording the content of the court trial, so that when it is officially published tomorrow, it will be even more eye-catching. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, the justice tapped the gavel and shouted, "Purge the Supreme Court. Don't make any noise." The people in the corridor stopped talking, and the justice continued, "Defendant, do you have anything else you want to appeal?" "I accuse you." Ludru Roland pointed to the justice and continued to roar, "I accuse you of confounding right and wrong, accusing you of not distinguishing. I accuse the National Assembly, the Cabinet, and the government." Ludru Roland's voice was getting louder and louder. In order to prevent the justice of the trial, several judicial police officers had to completely control the excited Ludru Roland. In the solemn announcement of the justice, Ludru Roland and his party were sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison. They will be exiled to the colonies of South America and cannot return to France for the rest of their lives. Now, I declare that the Supreme Court has passed the judgment. The 5 justices left one after another, and Ludru Roland and others also returned to the prison under the asterisk of the judicial police. A just trial. Fears praised after watching the whole process of the farce. "That's right. A just trial." Count Morley also nodded in response. Early the next morning, major newspapers had published news about Ludru Roland's trial, and most of the newspapers maintain a consistent attitude with the government towards Ludru Roland. They scolded Ludru Roland as a careerist trying to subvert the Republic, the remnant of Robespierre. Only a few newspapers regarded Ludru Roland as a fighter for the Constitution. Jerome Bonaparte, who lives in the Élysée Palace, is sitting on the sofa, holding a newspaper called People's Daily in his hand and reading, "A childlike trial completely expelled the Montagnard from Parliament. The Constitutional Republic." The Janus-style disclosure shows the other side of his legislative power with the face of the executive. The Supreme Court announced the content of the trial to Ludru Roland and others in the face of a clown. As he read more and more, Jerome Bonaparte felt more and more that the writing style of this article was very similar to someone's. No, it should be exactly the same. Spicy point. However, this person should still be in Prussia. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly thought that someone in the original history seemed to have been expelled from Prussia and should now be living in France. Jerome Bonaparte quickly flipped through the back of the People's Daily. In the signature column, he saw the name of the person he wanted to meet the most, but was afraid to meet the most. Karl Marx. Jerome Bonaparte muttered in a low voice. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Jerome Bonaparte, who once envisaged an intergenerational dialogue with him, now does not want to meet the name at all, or he never wants to meet him. Over time, he is the leader of the new era, creating a specter that scares the whole of capitalism. And he has become a conservative, a ghost of Bonapartism. Jerome Bonaparte and Karl Marx have become completely opposites. Of course, Jerome Bonaparte does not think that he can be compared with someone like Dr. Ma. As Dr. Ma said, he is at best a poor imitator in the cloak of an uncle. Just when Jerome Bonaparte was in a trance, Pessinny entered the door and reported to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Barrow asks to see you." Jerome Bonaparte, who had come to his senses, put the People's newspaper on the Walnut Square table and ordered Pessinny to invite Odilon Barrow in, while he took advantage of the opportunity that Odilon Barrow had not yet arrived, sat back at the desk and waited for Odilon Barrow's arrival. Odilon Barrow was led by Pessinny to the study, and he immediately said, "Your Excellency, I request martial law in the Paris area." "Martial law?" Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and said, "Mr. Prime Minister, Ledru Rollin and his party have been tried by the Supreme Court, and there is no need for martial law in Paris at this stage, Your Excellency." Odilon Barrow explained to Jerome Bonaparte, "As far as I know, although the main criminals such as Ledru Rollin have been caught and tried, there are still some who the party is entrenched in the Seine and the provinces. If the poison cannot be eliminated, the whole of Paris and even the whole of France will be in danger of being subverted at any time." Although Odilon Barrow's words were a bit threatening, but after thinking about it carefully, Jerome Bonaparte found that martial law seemed to be harmless to him. He can completely throw the blame on the party of order, and the benefits can be divided equally between the two sides. "Mr. Prime Minister, how are you going to impose martial law?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Odilon Barrow. He did not believe that Odilon Barrow had rashly imposed martial law without a suitable plan. "Your Excellency, this is the plan drawn up by the cabinet." Odilon Barrow opened the bag and handed the plan to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte flipped through the contents of martial law. Barrow's martial law is divided into two parts, one of which is the restriction on the publication of newspapers. The plan states that, except for some newspapers that are required to publish, all newspapers that publish without permission are regarded as illegal newspapers. Newspapers other than the national will be banned, and there is the rectification of reporters in Paris. Some foreign reporters have been marked as expulsion by Barrow, including those well known by Jerome Bonaparte. Karl Marx and Proudhon. The other part is about the rectification of the army and the issue of clubs. Riyad 1. Barrow plans to gradually investigate the soldiers who are inclined to the Mountain Party, and then eliminate them one by one, and at the same time disband the 8th, 9th, and 10th National Guards, all members of the 2nd Corps. The club's plan will force the dissolution of all clubs, and all secret groups will be dissolved immediately upon discovery. After reading Odilon Barrow's martial law, Jerome Bonaparte had to cite Odilon Barrow's cruelty. The saying that the **** decides the head is never out of date. Barrow, who played the opposition party and advocated free speech in the Kingdom of Orleans, has become a person he hates. It can only be said that power changes people. Jerome Bonaparte said, after returning the draft martial law order to Odilon Barrow, "I think we need to make some changes." "You say it." Odilon Barrow replied. "I hope that the cabinet will also move." Jerome Bonaparte saw the vigilance in Odilon Barrow's eyes, and he explained, "Mr. Barrow, we have to win over some of the Republicans." Chapter 133, Cabinet Reshuffle. Jerome Bonaparte's explanation obviously could not convince Odilon Barrow. He finally expelled the Montagnards and the Republicans from the Legislative Assembly, and did not want the remnants of the suppressed Republicans to enter the cabinet. Compared with the violent confrontation of Odilon Barrow, Jerome Bonaparte put on a selfless face. He persuaded Odilon Barrow earnestly and said, "Mr. Prime Minister, I know the Republicans. Going into the cabinet may damage some of your powers, but we have to do it. Your Excellency, I don't think it's necessary for us to share the cake with those who have been expelled from the table." Odilon Barrow, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke again. "Damn, I don't want to see your family alone." Jerome Bonaparte groaned inwardly. In the face of the party of order, which has already mastered the legislative power, it is absolutely impossible for Jerome Bonaparte to let them slowly grind and control the executive power. The previous expulsion of the Republicans and Montagnards from Parliament was an attempt to turn Parliament into an organization that was easy to compromise, and the 450-seat non-die-hard MPs were undoubtedly more divided. Now drawing Republicans into the cabinet is also to dilute Odilon Barrow's power as Prime Minister, so that he can strike a thunderous blow on Odilon Barrow. However, Jerome Bonaparte was obviously a little too cautious. According to the information Jerome Bonaparte has learned from some members of the Party of Order who want to take refuge in him, since June 13th, when the main members of the Mountain Party were expelled from Parliament, a dominant Party of Order has the fierce infighting that began, the struggle between the left wing and the right wing of the Orleanist dynasty, the struggle between the Orleanists and the Orthodox, and the struggle between the moderate Republicans and the Orthodox. As Prime Minister Odilon Barrow was also affected by the hostility of the Party of Order, it can be said that the victory of the Legislative Assembly has only aggravated the precariousness of Prime Minister Odilon Barrow. In the Constitution of the Second Republic, the Prime Minister, as the head of government, can maintain his rule through the trust of the President without the support of Parliament. Before the fall of the Mountain Party, Odilon Barrow could rely on the Party of Order to keep the president in power. After the fall of the Mountain Party, Odilon Barrow had to rely on part of the president's support to maintain it. In the end, it is easy to share the affliction, but difficult to enjoy the same point even among people, let alone a party. A great man once said that there is no party outside the party, and the idea of the emperor. There is no faction in the party, and there are all kinds of strange things. Mr. Prime Minister, I think it is essential to properly win over some of the losers. As Thiers said, we are all Republicans of tomorrow. Although our party has won an overall victory, can we really continue to win? Even before the Orleans dynasty, there were still some Republicans who served as ministers. Appropriately letting go of some powers is conducive to attracting some people to us, thereby reducing the difficulty of implementing the bill. Jerome Bonaparte tried his best to analyze the current situation for Odilon Barrow. Of course, some private goods were inevitably mixed in during the conversation. Although Odilon Barrow continued to remain silent, the attentive Jerome Bonaparte noticed that Odilon Barrow's eyes changed from resistance to emotion. Jerome Bonaparte knew that Odilon Barrow has begun to think about the pros and cons facing Odilon Barrow, who had already begun to waver. Jerome Bonaparte decided to give Odilon Barrow a fatal blow. Mr. Barrow, I heard that many people in the party have begun to attack your policy. They accuse you of indulging the opposition. Am I right? Odilon Barrow's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and then he regained his calm. He smiled and said, I don't know where you heard some unrealistic rumors, Your Excellency President. Jerome Bonaparte pretended to be confused and blamed himself. Oh, I just said how could such a thing happen to Mr. Prime Minister? Then the conversation changed, and he assured Odilon Barrow, but please rest assured, Mr. Prime Minister, even if it happened, you are still the Prime Minister. You should know that I'm a person who doesn't like tossing. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your trust. Odilon Barrow responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Odilon Barrow understood the subtext of Jerome Bonaparte, and he had to take a step back in exchange for the support of some Republicans in the president's north. Both right and left guys. After thinking for a moment, Odilon Barrow said tentatively again, Your Excellency, which position do you think we should give up? Jerome Bonaparte didn't mean to be fooled at all. He continued to put on a business-like attitude and said, Mr. Prime Minister, these should be the situations you need to consider. Odilon Barrow put down his guard. In his opinion, the president did not mean to seek power. He truly wanted to maintain the balance and stability of the cabinet. In the end, Odilon Barrow agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's request to hand over the powers of some departments to the Republicans. Jerome Bonaparte also approved the martial law order of Odilon Barrow. Shortly after Odilon Barrow left, Persigny entered the study and reported to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, Marshal Yerouja has thoroughly investigated the Buffy issue, and he is now in the Élysée Palace. Back door, do you want to meet him? Jerome Bonaparte picked up the pocket watch in his hand and glanced at the time. It was already around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He nodded and ordered Persigny to bring in Marshal Yerouja. Under the leadership of Persigny, Marshal Yerouja came to the study of the Élysée Palace again. Your Majesty, it is a great honor to be able to meet you again. Marshal Yerouja greeted Jerome Bonaparte with a pious expression and a hint of fanaticism. Sit down. Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand to invite Marshal Yerouja. Marshal Yerouja excitedly sat opposite Jerome Bonaparte, with his body close to the back of the chair. Jerome Bonaparte, who was lying flat on the desk with both hands, asked with a smile, how is the investigation going? Talking about his work, Marcel Yeroja instantly changed his expression to a serious expression and said, "Your Majesty, according to our investigation, Beefy is indeed occupying land in the countryside. Not only that, we also found that Beefy's family." Marcel Yeroja thought about how to euphemistically explain to Jerome Bonaparte with a tangled face. "What's the matter? You might as well be bold." From Marcel Yale's expression, Jerome Bonaparte could be sure that Minister Fay would do something big in the country, and he encouraged Marcel Yale grid. "We learn through the mouths of Minister Befeu's maid that there are a lot of female costumes hidden in Minister Befeu's bedroom, and even Minister Befeu may have some small fetishes. Through visits, we found that Befeu seems to be walking with some men. It's very close." Marcel Yeroja tried his best to tell Biff's behavior in euphemistic language. Fuck me, women's men's keto. Jerome Bonaparte also showed a strange expression on his face. In this morally conservative 19th century, both women's and men's keto were seen as symbols of immorality. It is true that living in Paris requires a forgiving heart, but it does not mean that you can do whatever you want to challenge the moral bottom line. Jerome Bonaparte himself did not expect that the sanctimonious Minister Befeu would be at the forefront of the progressive forces in Paris. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help shivering, and goosebumps appeared on his arms. "This is not over yet." Marcel Yeroja then broke the news. "We also found that when Minister Befeu was not at home, his wife often took 3 or 5 men for friendly exchanges." The words gathering XX appeared in Jerome Bonaparte's mind. There are a lot of political couples in Paris, but that doesn't mean you can get together to spread the word. For the Party of Order, which advocates moral order, the behavior of Befeu and his wife simply pierces a minimum limit of moral order. Jerome Bonaparte, who originally only wanted to make a fuss about the land acquisition, suddenly found that compared with the other actions of Minister Fay, the land annexation was the least expensive behavior. "Marcel, thank you for your information." Jerome Bonaparte glanced at the clock on the table and sent an invitation to Marcel Yeroja. "It's getting late. Do you want something to eat?" "No need." Marcel Yeroja, who knew how to advance and retreat, responded, "It is my honor to serve His Majesty, Mr. Persigny." Jerome Bonaparte ordered to Persigny beside him, "Give me a gift for Marcel." "Yes." Persigny nodded and led Marcel Yeroja out of the study. Under the leadership of Persigny, Marcel Yeroja came to the back door of the Élysée Palace again. At the time of parting, Persigny said, "You did a good job. It can be seen that His Majesty is very satisfied with you. Thanks to Secretary General Persigny for your cultivation." Marcel Yeroja stopped and nodded and said www.riyadh1.com. "Keep working hard. Maybe in a few months, you will be able to be the boss. At that time, I should call you Director Marcel." Persigny hinted at Marcel Yeroja, half jokingly, half seriously. Persigny's hint made Marcel Yeroja's heart quicken. In his understanding, the president may be about to attack the cabinet. Once the cabinet falls, there will be a large number of civil servants who depend on politicians to fall. Position vacancies need someone to fill, and their own opportunities will come. Under Persigny's suggestion, Marcel Yeroja strengthened his determination to join Bonaparte. After Marcel Yeroja left, Persigny returned to the study. "Persigny, please take a trip." Jerome Bonaparte handed an invitation to Persigny and said, "Give this invitation to Minister Befeu and ask him to come here with honor." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 134, Terrified Beef. "Mr. Befeu, this is an invitation from His Excellency the President." Persigny, who knocked on Befeu's door, smiled and handed the invitation to the Minister of Agriculture and Commerce, then turned and left together with the 2 dragoons who escorted Persigny. Befeu, who took the invitation from Persigny, frowned subconsciously. He didn't understand why the president of the Élysée Palace sent him the invitation. He had obviously rejected the president's attempt to build more telegraph lines. "Does he think he can bribe me with just one meal?" Befeu muttered to himself, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't want to offend the president, but his party of order forced him to have a relationship with the president. To draw a clear line, he is a person placed in the cabinet by Count Morley, and he also has a certain connection with the Orthodox faction. Even though Befeu was full of disdain for the president of the Élysée Palace, he still turned over the invitation. "Jerome, Bonaparte is honored to invite Viscount Buffy to attend the banquet at the Elysee Palace at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. Please come. The short text and the fiery red invitation order. Buffy couldn't figure out the president's intention at all, and now he can only take one step at a time. Boring dinner party. Buffy, who returned to the living room, threw the invitation card on the sofa, and then opened the wardrobe made of Nanmu like a bedroom, which was filled with all kinds of women's clothes. In the room, Bibby stretched his hand to the closet to remove a pure white lace dress. He carefully rubbed the dress in his hand with intoxication in his eyes. He then closed the curtains in the dim environment, took off his tuxedo, and put on a dress skirt. Not long after, the bedroom door slowly opened, and a middle-aged woman wearing a white dress and a floral white hat appeared in the living room. Several maids who were in charge of cleaning up the room continued to do their jobs early the next morning. Biffett, who took off women's clothes and put on men's clothes, entered the carriage with a leather bag. He was going to work in the agricultural and commercial sectors, but before that, he was going to meet the Prime Minister at the Palais Martin. One side point on his way in the departmental stature coach, Biffy overheard what the coachman was talking about. "Your Excellency Minister, I don't know if you have heard any wind." The coachman driving the carriage cautiously probed. "Huh? What happened?" Minister Buffy casually asked the coachman in the front row. He didn't think the coachman could hear any useful news. "I heard Mr. Prime Minister is not satisfied with the efficiency of the cabinet. He may want to replace some people." The coachman lowered his voice and said to Faye, "Where did you hear this news?" Faye couldn't help raising her voice to question. Minister Buffy's voice startled the coachman, and the reins in his hand tightened subconsciously. The tight reins made the horses feel uncomfortable, and they neighed twice. Seeing this, the coachman quickly loosened the reins, and the horse's mood stabilized. "I just heard about it." The coachman who complained about Biffy responded weakly. "Don't say these baseless things in the future." Biffy blamed the coachman with a serious expression. "Yes." The coachman didn't speak. He buried himself in driving the carriage. After that, the coachman never said a word again, and Biffy's mind kept recalling what the coachman had just said. The carriage stopped at the Martin Palace, and Buffy got off the car and walked slowly into the Martin Palace, walking straight towards the office of Prime Minister Barrow. "Come in." Prime Minister Odilon Barrow's voice came from inside. With the permission of Odilon Barrow, he entered Odilon Barrow's office. At this time, Odilon Barrow was burying his head in sorting out the documents of the Ministry of Finance. He looked up at Buffy, who entered the door, and lowered his head again and said, "Mr. Buffy, you have come just in time to prepare the documents that the agricultural and commercial departments need to submit. Yet, it's ready." Buffy hurriedly came to the opposite side of Odilon Barrow and sat down and handed over the 2 stacks of documents in the leather bag to Odilon Barrow one by one. "Mr. Prime Minister, this agricultural arrangement and planning. It's business planning and planning. Okay. Put it there." Odilon Barrow pointed to the idle spot on the desk and said to compare fees. Biffy, who had placed the 2 stacks of documents on the free space of the desk, sat opposite Odilon Barrow again. He wanted to ask Odilon Barrow some questions, but he didn't know how to speak. 10 minutes later, Odilon Barrow raised his head again and asked, "Mr. Buffy, do you have anything else important?" "Well." After a brief hesitation, Biffy said tentatively, "Mr. Prime Minister, I heard some rumors." Afterwards, he re-emphasized and said, "Of course it's just some unfounded rumors. Rumors say that you are preparing to adjust the cabinet personnel changes properly." Odilon Barrow put down the fountain pen, raised his head and asked, "Who told you that I want to replace the cabinet members?" "Sure enough." Odilon Barrow's attitude made Buffy believe that the rumors were probably true, so he could only say vaguely, "I read it in some tabloids, and I think it's just some unreliable rumors." Of course, Odilon Barrow did not believe Buffy's vague answer. He recalled the situation after he discussed with the president yesterday. At that time, he seemed to complain on the carriage, "I really want to change the cabinet again." Odilon Barrow's face showed a little helplessness. He didn't expect that his unintentional complaint would spread so quickly. Odilon Barrow, who was still thinking about who to keep and who should be removed, was of course unwilling to admit that he had decided to remove some of the cabinet members, and he could only vaguely follow Biff's words. It's just some nonsense made up by some tabloids. It's all messed up. Whether or not cabinet members stay in office is decided collectively by the president and the CCP. There is no such thing as a situation where I will remove anyone I want to remove. Odilon. Barrow's perfunctory exactly represented Barrow's own attitude. Biffy couldn't help but get nervous. He didn't want to lose his power so soon as he had not fully enjoyed his power. If the struggle for power and profit within the Party of Order affected him, what should he do? I see, Mr. Prime Minister. Buffy nodded and left the Martinan house after receiving the answer. Returning to the agricultural and commercial sector, he stayed groggy until the end of get off work. Sunset on the West Hills. The sun sets in the west. Buffy, who was taking the public carriage home, saw the invitation on the sofa, and in response, he glanced at the alarm clock in the corner. There was still an hour before 7 o'clock. He hurriedly changed into a suit and said to the servant at home, "Quick, prepare me a carriage, I'm going to the Elysee Palace." The servants of the mansion moved quickly, getting the private carriage ready before Biffy changed his clothes and went downstairs. Biffy, who rode the double bridge horse, soon came to the Elysee Palace. It was already 6:50 p.m., and it was less than 10 minutes before the start of the dinner. Percy, as usual, waited for Biffy at the gate of the Elysee Palace, and went to the restaurant of the Elysee Palace with Biffy. "Minister Biffy, welcome," said Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the main seat. "Your Excellency, thank you for your invitation." Biffy also responded modestly, and then sat next to Jerome Bonaparte. When the invited guests arrived, the servants greeted them hurriedly, and served them. This time, Jerome Bonaparte chose to serve the dishes in Russian style, which means that the next dish can only be served before finishing one dish. The two started off with some caviar as an appetizer. Jerome Bonaparte lightly wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, smiled and said to Faye, "Your Excellency Minister, I heard a rumor recently." Huh? Biffy put down his knife and fork and said, "Your Excellency, what is the rumor?" "I heard that on the streets of Paris recently, some men put on women's clothes to attend some parties." Jerome Bonaparte said to Biffy with a smile, "Minister Biffy, for this kind of thing, what do you say we should do?" Jerome Bonaparte's words changed Biffy's face. "Some of the men the president said were not others at all," he said calmly. "I think there should be no tolerance for such people." "Excellent. I think so too." Jerome Bonaparte clapped his hands and said to Minister Buffy, "I have ordered Percy to condemn this act of disguise in tomorrow's newspapers, for this kind of man pretending to be a woman will never be tolerated." Jerome Bonaparte's voice was not very loud, but it struck Biffy in the heart like a heavy hammer. Once the newspapers published this information, his reputation, future and everything would be ruined. This is not the end. You reading www. Jerome Bonaparte, the murderer of Ukanshu.com, said intimately, "That's right. If some gentlemen in parliament happen to be exposed, what will their fate be? I believe there will be some just Parisians choose to report this kind of morally corrupt phenomenon." "No, don't say it, Your Excellency." Biffy's trembling voice pleaded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Please, don't say any more." Jerome Bonaparte looked at Biffy pretending to be surprised and said, "Mr. Biffy, what's the matter with you? Are you one of them? That's too bad. Your behavior is against the Party of Order rules. Your Excellency, Your Majesty, please, don't say anything. I'm really going to die." Biffy's tone was extremely humble. If his own affairs are really exposed, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Party of Order, and the order and morality that the Party of Order advocates will be gone. By then, it would be the mercy of the Party of Order that Biffy could leave a whole corpse, and it is more likely that the angry Party of Order would take a dirt plane directly to the sky. Chapter 135, Yielded Befehl. Jerome Bonaparte stared silently at the poor man sitting beside him who was about to cry. In the 19th century, when the whole approached conservative moral values, everyone was bound by the moral order of the century. People under the repression of morality and morality order often do some deviant things. Mr. Minister, I understand your behavior. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Biffy with a hint of pity in his eyes, but sometimes, you have to adapt to this era. I don't want to either. Minister Buffy lowered his head and told his history in a choked tone. I grew up in my father's club education. Father often taught me to keep us in the take back what was lost in that revolution. He was so stern, so inhumane. Since I was 20 I found myself in love with dressing up as a woman. I also discovered that I didn't like women, instead became interested in all kinds of gentlemen. Since then, I tried to bond with all kinds of men. At the age of 30, pushed to be with a woman I didn't know getting married. I even wanted to run away at the time. Huh. Jerome Bonaparte raised his eyebrows slightly, interrupted Buffy and asked euphemistically, Mr. Minister, doesn't your wife know about your little hobby? Your Excellency, since my wife and I are in a political and financial alliance, we are just going about our own lives. Minister Buffy explained to Jerome Bonaparte point after the vigorous revolution abolished the aristocratic privileges that entrenched on the torso of France and sucked the blood of all the citizens. A new generation of aristocrats represented by military merit and finance was born. Although these new aristocrats bear the title of a viscount/earl or even a duke, they still cannot integrate into the circle of the ancient aristocracy without the support of blood. Status excludes the integration of emerging aristocrats. If a new aristocrat wants to integrate into the circle logically, there is no other way but marriage. The new aristocrat will try every means to get his son to marry a daughter with an ancient surname, or give his daughter a large dowry so that they can marry into your family. This marriage of blood and money was common in the 19th century. As long as the parties to the marriage came to an agreement, then their sons/daughters would be sold like goods. The alienation of capital. Jerome Bonaparte murmured in a low voice. What are you talking about? Jerome Bonaparte asked Minister Buffy, not listening to himself. Nothing. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and said, so Mr. Minister, what do you want me to do? Your Excellency, I beg you not to report it. Minister Buffy said to Jerome Bonaparte almost imploringly, Mr. Minister, it depends on your attitude. Jerome Bonaparte said. Jerome Bonaparte never intended to use the Buffet scandal to attack Odilon Barrow's cabinet from the very beginning. Just as holding a nuclear weapon in the hand and not launching it is the greatest threat, scandal can only retain greater deterrence if it is held in the hand and not spread. Once the scandal is made public, Minister Buffet's reputation will indeed be destroyed in an instant, and even he himself may have to apologize for the future of the Party of Order, and even Odilon Barrow's cabinet will be killed because of the same-sex scandal downfall. It should be known that it was not until the period of the Third Republic that France abolished the law of imprisonment for same-sex intimacy. One can imagine the public opinion's tolerance for behavior between the same sex. Once the storm subsides, and if someone is willing to investigate, they will be able to find out the main story behind the scenes. Jerome Bonaparte never doubted the efficiency of the Paris reporter at that time. Jerome Bonaparte may also be caught in the secret police problem. As it stands, there is no benefit to Jerome Bonaparte in the fight against Bife. I'm willing to obey your orders. Buffy, who was caught, lost his previous arrogance and softly said to Jerome Bonaparte, Mr. Minister, welcome to join us, said Jerome Bonaparte, extending his hand to Buffy. You have won, Your Excellency. Buffy held out his hand and held it with Jerome Bonaparte's. Under the threat of Jerome Bonaparte, Buffy had to make an alliance with him. Don't worry, Mr. Buffy, you have decided that you will not regret your choice today, Jerome Bonaparte assured Buffy. Hope it. Buffy smiled bitterly again, knowing that it would be difficult for him to get off the pirate ship. He muttered, I hope I won't be a funeral item for your ambitions, Jerome. Bonaparte didn't hear Buffy's muttering very softly, but he didn't bother to ask what Buffy had just said. Minister Buffy, I hope that the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce can come up with a plan for laying telegraph lines across the country and overseas within a month. Jerome Bonaparte expressed his request. I will make the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce take action as soon as possible. Minister Buffy nodded in response. Okay, that's all I want for now, Jerome Bonaparte said to Faye, spreading his hands. What else? Buffy asked subconsciously, and then he asked Jerome Bonaparte with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression. Is that all there is? That's right. That's all, repeated Jerome Bonaparte. Okay, I get it. Buffy felt it slightly, with a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect Mr. President to go around in such a big circle, even at the cost of ruining his beefy reputation. I knew earlier that I should have promised the president directly. By the way, there is more. Continued Jerome Bonaparte. I hope that the construction of the telegraph line will follow the route of the railway network that the Ministry of Public Works is planning. The several railway lines that are under construction are undoubtedly built around future wars, and the telegraph network is also built around wars. Only the developed telegraph network can enable the troops stationed along the railway line to receive the message from Paris in the first time and carry out the next move. Little did Buffy know that a telegraph network extending in all directions would be as powerful a weapon as the railways would lead the war. In his eyes, it was nothing but a trivial matter, but in the eyes of Jerome Bonaparte, it was a major event that determined the direction of the war. If you don't accumulate a few steps, you can't go 1,000 miles. The outcome of a war is made up of various trifles in Buffy's eyes. Yes. Biffy nodded in understanding to Jerome Bonaparte. Cheers to our future cooperation. Jerome Bonaparte raised his glass and proposed a toast to Faye. Cheers. Biffy also raised his glass in response. When the dinner was nearing the end, after hesitating for a moment, Biffy asked, "Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister is planning to replace some of the cabinet members recently. You must know it." "Yeah." Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said frankly, "I think Mr. Prime Minister suggested that some members of the Republican faction should be properly introduced into the cabinet to stop those guys' mouths." "That's right." Biffy calmed down and said again, "Your Excellency President, you should know that I have some relationship with Count Morley and the Orthodox faction. Recently, Mr. Prime Minister and Count Morley have had a lot of trouble." So Jerome Bonaparte obviously understood what Biffy meant. He was afraid that he would become a victim of Odilon Barrow in a position he had not yet warmed up to. He reassured, "Don't worry. Most of the cabinet members to be replaced this time are from some departments with no substantive power. Will not affect you." Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's assurance, Biffy finally let go of his dangling heart. The dinner continued until the end of 11 o'clock. After sending Biffy, who was full of alcohol, into the carriage, Jerome Bonaparte also returned to the bedroom to pay attention. For the next 2 weeks, no ministers went to the Élysée Palace to report on the situation, except for the proposal for the construction of the French telegraph submitted by Biffy. On July 15th, the list of new cabinet members was released. The results were as expected by Jerome Bonaparte, except that the foreign minister de Rouaille was replaced by Tocqueville, moderate Republican, and the finance minister Passy was replaced. Except for Béroche, party of order, the remaining cabinet members did not change. At the same time, the draconian martial law press bill was introduced to Parliament and passed. The act stipulates that Articles 1 and 2 of the press decree of August 11, 1848 shall apply to attacks on the power and authority of the president, as well as against the president himself, and will be pursued by the public prosecutor's office. All incitement against the army and navy aimed at undermining military duty and obedience www.riyadh1.com is punishable by imprisonment for 1 month to 2 years and a fine of 25 to 4,000 francs. All attacks on respect for the law and the inviolability of rights, all defenses of criminal facts established by law are punishable by imprisonment from 1 month to 2 years and a fine of 16 to 1,000 francs. Information published or reproduced with malicious intent, fake news, fake documents, etc., with the aim of disrupting the public peace, shall be punished with imprisonment from 1 month to 1 year and a fine of 50 to 1,000 francs. Distributors and itinerant traders of writings, pamphlets, engravings and lithographs should obtain official permission. The approving authority has the right to withdraw such permission at any time. The approving authority has the right to withdraw such permission at any time. Brief spring of the newspaper office is over, and the cold winter is coming. On August 1st, 1849, the Legislative Assembly entered a 2-month recess in Odilon Barrow's solemn declaration. With the exception of a handful of more than 20 members who are responsible for staying on duty at the Bourbon Palace, most of the members are enjoying the men's vacation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Holiday Exchange. August 2nd, 1849, early morning. The morning sun shines into the room through the thick curtains, embroidered with the golden bee logo, and a slightly hot beam spreads along the red Persian carpet all the way to the corner of the bed, adding a touch of light to the dim bedroom point on a large wooden carved mahogany bed with silk tents. Jerome Bonaparte, with only a shirt and shorts left, lay down on the bed with his eyes closed, and put on the word big, which should have been placed on the bed. Red thin rugs have long been discarded onto Persian rugs along with clothing. When, in the corner of the bedroom, the heavy falling mechanical clock wrapped in a Rococo-style walnut shell suddenly made a dull but rhythmic single beep. When the clock pointed to 12 o'clock after a heavy falling to bring the gears running point, the grandfather clock struck 12 times in a row and stopped. Jerome Bonaparte, who was lying on the bed, just woke up. When he was half asleep, he wanted to rub his sleepy eyes with his right hand, but found that he could not feel his right hand. There is only a numb feeling in the right hand. Feeling the strangeness coming from his right hand, Jerome Bonaparte instantly dispelled the drowsiness that swept over him. He didn't want to be crippled like the future emperor of the German Empire, narcissist, and empire destroyer Wilhelm I. Jerome Bonaparte opened his eyes and turned his head to the right, only to realize that his right hand was resting on the head of a lady in a long black dress. The lady lying on the bed was the Marquise d'Alais, the mistress of Jerome Bonaparte. Damn, what the asterisk did I do yesterday? Jerome Bonaparte murmured in a low voice. He only remembered that he had been invited by Baron Achilfeld to his place yesterday, comparable to the mansion of the Tuileries Palace, to attend the dinner of Achilfeld. During the dinner, Jerome Bonaparte met the estranged couple, the Marquise of Alais and the Marquis of Alais. Almost humbly, the Marquis of Alais offered to Jerome Bonaparte that he would offer his loyalty unconditionally to the president if he wanted it, and thanked the president for allowing him a share of the railroad bonds. Jerome Bonaparte, who was not thinking about Marquis Alais, just casually encouraged Marquis Alais for a few words, then turned his eyes to Marquis Alais, intentionally or unintentionally. At the dinner, the Marquise of Alais was still so radiant. She was wearing a long black dress embellished with butterfly flowers. The exposed collarbone could vaguely see the black chest gusset inside. She wore a certain black flower hat on her head, and also had a pair of feet under her feet. Small black leather shoes. The overall dress gives a sense of mystery and temptation, like a meal of roses with thorns perhaps. Because of the company of her husband, the Marquis of Alais only paid tribute to her lover, Jerome Bonaparte, and then disregarded the consent of the Marquis of Alais, and brought the Marquis of Alais with Jerome Bonaparte. Seeing the back of the Marquise of Alais penetrating the crowd, Jerome Bonaparte felt a little regretful. After the departure of the Marchioness of Alais, Achilfeld ran out of nowhere. Under his leadership, Jerome Bonaparte met with a group of influential bankers in Paris, including some. Jerome Bonaparte was familiar with the founder of the future Mobile Loan Bank, Adolphe Schneider, brother of Émile Perel and Isaac Perel, brother of Eugen Schneider, brother of the famous industrialist. P.S. Eugene Schneider and Adolphe Schneider are the first generation founders of Schneider Electric. Schneider started from the banking industry and entered the industry. After many twists and turns, it eventually became the current Schneider Electric. It can be said to be a century-old brand. Bankers eager to climb the high branch came to have a warm conversation with Jerome Bonaparte and then toasted Jerome Bonaparte. In order to maintain the unity of the financial industry, Jerome Bonaparte had a cup of glass coping. In the end, Jerome Bonaparte, who had barely coped with the bankers' wheel battle, staggered away from the crowd and came to a corner to rest. In the dimness, he seemed to see a black thing walking towards him. After that, he didn't know anything. Jerome Bonaparte, who was fighting back the headache, wanted to free his right hand from the restraints of the Marquise Alais, but he did not want to wake the Marquise Alais. Because of the force. The Marquise Alais woke up slowly, feeling the strangeness coming from her neck. The Marquise subconsciously turned her head and glanced at it, only to realize that her neck was pressing against Jerome Bonaparte's arm. She hurriedly raised her head and apologized. "I'm sorry." Then, bowed his head slightly ashamed. "Nothing." Jerome Bonaparte dragged his lost right hand with his left hand and rubbed it back, To restore his intuition point upon seeing this, the Marquise of Alais also used her slender palms to help Jerome Bonaparte invigorate blood and remove stasis. After a few minutes, Jerome Bonaparte's right hand finally regained its intuition, and the numbness became even stronger. Jerome Bonaparte clenched and released his palm back and forth, and asked the Marquise d'Alais, "By the way, why are you here? Also, where is this place?" Marquise d'Alais showed a shock expression, and asked with a puzzled face, "You really don't remember?" Jerome Bonaparte, who felt the numbness in his arms subsided, raised his hand, and pressed his temple caused to relieve the headache by drinking alcohol. "I don't know it at all. By the way, there is still a dark shadow, Marquise." Alice came behind Jerome Bonaparte and pushed aside the hand of Jerome Bonaparte that pressed the temple and helped Jerome Bonaparte to relieve her headache by herself and told what happened afterward. Marquise Alice just happened to see Jerome Bonaparte's drunken gesture. She was also a little drunk from drinking, and she came to Jerome Bonaparte to help him up and down. At the same time, Achilles also noticed that Jerome Bonaparte did not seem to be the main venue for the dinner, and he hurriedly looked for Jerome Bonaparte. When he saw Jerome Bonaparte, he found that Jerome Bonaparte was walking with the help of the Marquise d'Alais. According to the president's current drunken posture, returning to the Elysee Palace must be impossible. It would be bad if he was caught drunk by some squatting tabloid reporter on the way back. On the gracious advice of Baron Archierfald, who thought of the president, the Marquise d'Alais put the president in a room in his mansion. Looking at Jerome Bonaparte, who was about to fall, the Marquise d'Alais could only nod her head in agreement. Baron Achilles brought the Marquise d'Alais and Jerome Bonaparte to a room and ordered his servants to fetch 2 candlesticks, each with 4 candles. They were placed on the head of the bed and on the round walnut table, and the whole room was lit up. After finishing all of this, Achilles and his servants left the room and closed the door. Marquise d'Alais wanted to help Jerome Bonaparte to take off her clothes and leave, but after taking off her trousers, she was pinned on the bed by the drunk Jerome Bonaparte and unable to move. Marquise d'Alais, who was already a little sleepy, fell into sleep after seeing that she could not move. After listening to the story of the Marquise of Alais, Jerome Bonaparte took another look at the furnishings in the room and said, "So, we slept in the Baron's house all night." "That's right." The Marchioness of Alais continued to press Jerome Bonaparte's temple with her fingers. "Your husband is really a considerate person." Jerome Bonaparte teased the Marquise of Alais in a succinct manner. "My wife didn't even go looking for her, even after she had not returned for the night." With a charming expression, the Marquise d'Alais said to Jerome Bonaparte in a whimpering voice, "Mr. President, the women in Paris have not gone home either, because they have disappeared, or they have gone to work on their own." The naked provocation of the Marquise d'Alais made Jerome Bonaparte unable to control the commotion of his body. He turned around and hugged the Marquise d'Alais. "My wife's career line is very fluctuating. This is not good. Let me help a bunch of ladies." The black long skirt was peeled off in a blink of an eye, and the black chest girdles were also thrown on the ground. Not long after, there was a low murmur in the room. "God, Father, forgive me. Oh, hard. Oh, my Virgin Mary. No, no." After 40 minutes, the groaning stopped. After another 20 minutes, the door slowly opened, and the refreshed Jerome Bonaparte came out with the Marquise of Alais, whose cheeks were flushed. The servant in charge of cleaning the corridor hurriedly reported it to Achilles. Achilles, who was greeting Pessigny in the living room, smiled when he heard the report from the servant. "Count Pessigny, Your Excellency, the President has woken up." P.S. Pessigny likes to call him Count in front of other people. Pessigny, who was tasting tea, hurriedly put down the tea set and greeted Jerome Bonaparte with Ariel full point. When Jerome Bonaparte was about to leave without saying goodbye, when the servant heard that there was a guest visiting, Ariel Fould and Pessigny appeared at Jerome Bonaparte's. "The way to go, Your Excellency the President, Your Excellency the President," Pessigny shouted to Jerome Bonaparte at about the same time as Ariel Fould. You reading www.urkanshu.com. Pessigny, Monsieur Baron. Only then did Jerome Bonaparte understand that the guest was Pessigny. Afterwards, the two of them glanced at the Marquise d'Alais, who was being held by Jerome Bonaparte, and said at the same time, "Madam." The Marquise d'Alais nodded slightly, then let go of Jerome Bonaparte's hand and said, "I'm going back first." "Yeah." Jerome Bonaparte nodded. The Marchioness of Alais left alone, and Jerome Bonaparte asked Persigny, "Persigny, do you have something to do in the Baron's palace?" Persigny glanced at Baron Arcelfuld, and his meaning was self-evident. When Baron Arcelfuld was about to avoid him, he heard Jerome Bonaparte say, "Mr. Baron is not an outsider, tell me." Chapter 137, The Pharaoh Alliance. Jerome Bonaparte's words made Arcelfuld's eyes flash with excitement. After so long, he finally got the approval of Jerome Bonaparte, which shows that his loyalty has been properly rewarded. However, the so-called loyalty of Baron Arcelfuld should be more precisely political speculation. Just like Lafayette, the banker who helped Louis-Philippe get the throne. The highest returns in France are not speculation on the stock exchange, but political speculation. Once the speculation is successful, the bankers who made the big bets will double their profits in a short period of time. Of course, there is also a slew of new bankers who made the wrong bet and went straight to failure, and Lafayette is also named here. In Jerome Bonaparte's view, what Arcelfuld had done before was enough to get him into Bonaparte's circle, not to mention that it also needs the assistance of a person who understands financial knowledge. He ran the treasury after removing all members of Barrot's cabinet. There is no one better suited to managing finances as a banker. However, Arcelfuld still has a long way to go before he wants to be trusted by Jerome Bonaparte. Persigny, who received Jerome Bonaparte's non-shy instructions, immediately reported, "Your Excellency, the new Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Tocqueville, came to you this morning." Tocqueville? Jerome Bonaparte suddenly remembered that Odilon Barrot had turned the Minister of Foreign Affairs into Tocqueville. Did he say something? No. Persigny shook his head and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, then added, "However, looking at Tocqueville's expression, it should be that something big has happened." "A big event?" Jerome Bonaparte repeated in a low voice, combing through all the memories of 1849 in his mind. The PAU conflict? No, it's only August. Hungarian Revolution? That's not right. It's already August, and Kossuth and the others are long overdue. Pardon? Oh sir? Or the Papal State? After thinking for a moment, Jerome Bonaparte could only sort out all the important things that Tocqueville might have to say, and after taking into account Tocqueville's actions, he ruled out the Powder War again. The rest is a question of Ossa and the Papal States. Persigny, go and help me invite M. Tocqueville to the Élysée Palace. Jerome Bonaparte ordered Persigny. Yes. Persigny responded, "Mr. Baron, I'm sorry I can't stay here any longer. Our minister has something to talk about with me." Jerome Bonaparte said to the Baron of Four with a slight apology, "Your Excellency, please do. I look forward to seeing you again at any time." Baron Arcelfuld said with a smile, and bowed. After saying goodbye to Baron Arcelfuld, Jerome Bonaparte got into the carriage, escorted by a group of dragoons. Persigny went to Tocqueville's residence in a carriage, prepared for him by Baron Fuld. Jerome Bonaparte, who hurriedly returned to the study at the Élysée Palace, stared at the scenery outside the window, waiting for the arrival of Foreign Minister Tocqueville. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Jerome Bonaparte, who was standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back, hurriedly turned around and sat at the desk, holding the newspaper on the table in his hand, pretending to be reading a newspaper and responding, "Come in." The door opened, and Persigny and Tocqueville entered the study. "Your Excellency, Minister Tocqueville is here," Persigny said to Jerome Bonaparte, then bowed to Jerome Bonaparte, left the study alone, and closed the door of the study. Only Jerome Bonaparte and Tocqueville were left in the room. Jerome Bonaparte put down the newspaper and gestured for Tocqueville to sit down. "Thank you." After Tocqueville politely thanked Jerome Bonaparte, he sat opposite Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who clasped his hands on the desk and leaned forward slightly, said to Tocqueville in a calm tone, "Mr. Minister, it's been almost a year since we last met." "Mr. President, it's only been less than 2 months to be precise. We met when you went to the National Assembly 2 months ago. It's just that the two of us didn't say a word." Tocqueville steadily corrected Jerome Bonaparte's mistakes. "Okay, Mr. Tocqueville, I just meant that the two of us haven't said a word for nearly a year." Jerome Bonaparte still said to Tocqueville in a casual tone, "Tocqueville, Mr. Kerville, I don't know why you are looking for me today, Mr. President. Tocqueville said to Jerome Bonaparte with a serious expression, I implore you to help Piedmont. Sure. Enough. It's the Austrian-Sardinian problem. Jerome Bonaparte scolded Tocqueville with a faint surprise. Minister Tocqueville, I don't know why you said this, but I still want to tell you that you are appointed by the French Republic. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, not the Minister of Foreign Affairs appointed by the Kingdom of Sardinia. The interests you represent are those of France, not those of the Kingdom of Sardinia. Mr. President, I only persuaded you for the benefit of France. No, I should say I persuade France to help the Kingdom of Sardinia. Tocqueville said with reason, the Sardinian dynasty is between the French Republic and the Austrian Empire. A barrier. Once the Kingdom of Sardinia encounters an accident, then our country will face the risk of being bordered by the Austrian Empire. If the war between France and Austria begins, the southern part of France may be plunged into a sea of fire. More than 300,000 Austrian troops and their Italian vassals will enter the southern region. Although the combat effectiveness of the Austrian Empire's army in 1948 and 1949 was very worrying, it was undeniable that it was still a powerful first-class power. What's more, Radetzky's 1848 war against the Sardinian dynasty was also one of the few outstanding achievements. A sheep in wolf's clothing mixed into the wolves of the first-class powers, and also maintained the illusory appearance for nearly 18 years. P.S. The strong foreign clothes of the Austrian Empire not only confuse the major powers, but also confuse a large number of business and professional military scientists. In 1866, during the Prussian-Austrian War, Engel's tutor wrote about the Prussian War. Prediction. The predicted result is that Austria will win and Prussia will lose. Old Malky is a general who can't use troops. The final result is beyond everyone's expectations. In a way, the skin that Radetzky and Schwarzenberg carefully put on the Austrian Empire is still useful. At least in 1849, he was able to bluff his own foreign minister, Tocqueville. Jerome Bonaparte, who understood the Austrian Empire's strong foreign and middle strength nature, was of course not afraid of Tocqueville's so-called Austrian attack on southern France from Italy. He also clearly remembered that his cousin in history worked hard to support the Sardinian dynasty. As a result, what the Sardinian dynasty gave him in return was a blatant betrayal. Not only that, Tocqueville said pessimistically, once the Austrian Empire goes to war with France first, then the Kingdom of Prussia and the Russian Empire will certainly follow. A few days ago, La Mauritius wrote to me that the Tsar was there is a possibility of interfering in the German Revolution, and after suppressing the German Revolution, I'm afraid it will be our turn next. La Mauritius, Minister of Military Affairs during the Cavaignac cabinet period, he was dropped by Odilon Barrot to serve as ambassador to Russia in the Russian Empire after January. Tocqueville's pessimism did not infect Jerome Bonaparte, but made Jerome Bonaparte feel that he was very funny. Then, Mr. Minister, are we going to put our soldiers into the battlefield for the sake of this irrelevant country of the Sardinian dynasty? Jerome Bonaparte sarcastically said, Mr. Minister, you let us a republic to rescue a kingdom. Mr. President, I just want to help France maintain its balance. Tocqueville said to Jerome Bonaparte, wishful thinking. This romantic-minded writer doesn't know anything about diplomacy. Then, Mr. Minister, what should we do? Put our Italian front directly into the war to defend the Sardinian dynasty? Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask. No, I think we should give the Sardinian dynasty a certain amount of support so that he can maintain a certain initiative in the negotiations with Austria. Tocqueville continued, if necessary, I propose to form a partnership with the Sardinian Kingdom Alliance. Alliance? Got. Mr. Minister. Riyadh1.com. Do you think the whole of Europe is not chaotic enough? Or do you want to replicate the achievements of my uncle back then? Jerome Bonaparte used an exaggerated tone to tell him. Kerville said, if the citizens of Paris know that we are willing to fight with 3 countries in order to win over a kingdom, they will probably overthrow us immediately. Mr. President, I didn't mean that. I meant. Tocqueville tried to defend Jerome Bonaparte. Okay. Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and asked Tocqueville, since you don't want to see France attacked by 3 countries, then at least we need a helper. For example, across the English Channel, don't they have some unique insights, as they are good at acting as European shit? In Fact, as early as when Tocqueville reported his attitude towards the Sardinian dynasty to Jerome Bonaparte, he had already had a pigeon conversation with the British Foreign Secretary Palmerston. Palmerston's attitude towards the Sardinian dynasty was much colder than he had imagined. Minister Palmerston told me that they would provide the Sardinian dynasty with all support except for the security of force. Chapter 138, Les Hague, France. Moral and diplomatic help. Well, this behavior is very British. Jerome Bonaparte secretly applauded Britain's falling down behavior. For the island countries that are separated from the European continent, the Kingdom of Britain is simply a natural scumbag. Their core policy lies in the European balance strategy, so it is simply impossible for them to take chestnuts from the fire for the Sardinian dynasty. Perhaps Palmerston himself is also waiting for the French Republic to take action. Otherwise the sphere of influence of the Austrian Empire will invade the French bottom road. Given that the differences between the Holy Alliance had not yet widened to the point of breaking, Jerome Bonaparte reckoned that Britain would also be reluctant to act without help. Not to mention that during this time period, the full Tsar Nicholas I of the Russian Empire and Emperor Joseph Franz, the little fresh meat of the Austrian Empire, happened to be at the stage of jelly-like knees, and 140,000 Russian troops had not yet evacuated from the Kingdom of Hungary. P.S. On August 15, 1849, the Hungarian independent Kossuth was suppressed. Britain could only sit on the observation wall to provide moral assistance to Sardinia, just as the Kingdom of Britain sat on the wall and watched the Sardinian kingdom besiege the fourth corner fortress of Lombard a year ago. Mr. Minister Tocqueville. Jerome Bonaparte sighed. Since Minister Palmerston has made his choice, I think the French Republic should also make the same choice as the British Kingdom. You can draft an announcement with the following contents. Jerome Bonaparte cleared his throat and said in his earthy tone, the French Republic is a peace-loving country, and we deeply regret the unfortunate encounter with the Kingdom of Sardinia. We hope that the Austrian Empire and the two sides of the Kingdom of Sardinia can restrain each other, tolerate and understand each other, in order to maintain a stable European environment of peace. Jerome Bonaparte's imitator, the vague diplomatic rhetoric of a great power in his previous life, meant throughout the text to lay down the Sardinian dynasty. Your Excellency, the Kingdom of Great Britain is far from the continent. Of course they can do nothing. Tocqueville tried to persuade Jerome Bonaparte, but France is different. We are on the continent of Europe. Changes in the market will have a certain impact on the Republic. Mr. Minister Tocqueville, you seem to have forgotten what the mission of the Kingdom of Sardinia was at the beginning. Jerome Bonaparte was too lazy to break up with this minister with a romantic and pessimistic mind. In order to balance the power of the cabinet, he would never agree to Tocqueville's entry into the cabinet. Jerome Bonaparte explained aggressively, my uncle led the French army to defeat them 6 times. Even if they were victorious in the end, their soldiers came to Paris, but it was a tragic victory. Not daring to dismember France recklessly is completely intimidated by the power of my uncle and the French people, and no one will want to see the Republic of 1792 re-established in Paris. Once they choose to dismember France, it will inevitably lead to the people of Paris spontaneously picking up spears and waging war against the invaders. If there is another genius military leader like my uncle in France, who replicates the original miracle, will they drag their national strength overdraft? Even the risk of the annihilation of the army comes 6 times against the French alliance. They set up the Kingdom of the Netherlands in the north and the Kingdom of Sardinia in the south, and they will be responsible for the first wave of French attacks as outposts of France, so that the Prussian army in the Rhineland and the Austrian Empire in Lombardy can have time to react. But they did all the calculations, and they did not calculate that the Netherlands split into a Belgian kingdom. The Kingdom of Sardinia was coerced by the Italian national unity and declared war on Austria. Originally a barrier against French invasion, it became a weapon against them. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Tocqueville with a playful expression. In just over 30 years, the tone set by the Vienna Conference was completely destroyed. This is a dimensionality reducing blow to Metternich and other big chess parties. The rotten Rhineland has become the richest land in Germany in 30 years. Lombardy and Venice, which enjoyed the name of wealth in the Middle Ages, have changed, become the tasteless land of the Austrian Empire. Any so-called big chess party will become a joke in the face of history. Tocqueville was silent for a long time. He didn't know how to persuade Jerome Bonaparte, and his heart gradually inclined towards Jerome Bonaparte's remarks. Mr. Minister Tocqueville, we have no reason to persuade French citizens to take chestnuts for the sake of a kingdom. Jerome Bonaparte said to Tocqueville with a stern face, so, I will never allow you to interfere in Sardinia on your own initiative kingdom. Jerome Bonaparte's resolute attitude of disagreeing with support completely extinguished his desire to support the Sardinian dynasty. Without the endorsement of the president, Tocqueville, the foreign minister, could not do anything. Okay, Mr. President, I understand. Tocqueville responded in a low voice in frustration. Mr. Minister, I think you have nothing to report. Jerome Bonaparte glanced at the brand new grandfather clock placed in the corner of the study and issued an order to evict Tocqueville. Mr. President, I wish you a happy holiday. Tocqueville bowed slightly to Jerome Bonaparte and left in a carriage accompanied by Passigny. Jerome Bonaparte, who watched Tocqueville leave, called Mockert, help me call Baron Huberner of Austria. Mockert looked at Jerome Bonaparte in surprise and said faithfully, yes, Baron. Alexander von Huberner, 1811 to 1892. In 1849, he was in charge of the foreign affairs of the Austrian Empire in Paris, and in September he was promoted to the ambassador of the Austrian Empire to France. On the other hand, Tocqueville, who was sitting in the carriage, did not choose to go home first, but ordered the carriage to go to the Sardinian embassy in France. Tocqueville thought he needed to inform the Sardinian ambassador to France of France's attitude. The carriage carrying Tocqueville stopped in front of the mansion in a 3-story building. Your Excellency, the Sardinian embassy has arrived, the coachman said to Tocqueville. Tocqueville, who closed his eyes and thought about French foreign affairs, opened his eyes, opened the car door, and got out of the car, then went straight to the steps of the same embassy, and knocked on the door of the embassy. The Sardinian embassy opened the door slowly, and a soldier in a black uniform opened the door. Not knowing Tocqueville, he glanced at Tocqueville in surprise and asked, who are you looking for? I'm Tocqueville, the French foreign minister, and I have an urgent matter to meet with your diplomatic ambassador. Tocqueville said to the Sardinian military attaché in a hurried tone. The soldier who got the answer from Tocqueville's self-reported home hurriedly opened the door to greet him. Under his leadership, Tocqueville came to the reception hall. Please, wait a moment. I'll go see Mr. Ambassador now. The soldier who settled in Tocqueville bowed slightly and left. After a while, the Sardinian ambassador with eyes came to Tocqueville under the leadership of the Sardinian military attaché. Minister Tocqueville, welcome to the embassy. Ambassador Sardinian quickly walked to Tocqueville and stretched out his hand to Tocqueville. Mr. Ambassador. Tocqueville shook the hand of the Sardinian ambassador and nodded. The two sitting on the sofa started a formal meeting. At this time, Sardinia, whose country was being bullied by the Austrian Empire, used his eager eyes and asked impatiently, Minister Tocqueville, has the French Republic decided to give us some help? After a moment of silence, Tocqueville said apologetically in a low voice, I'm sorry. From my personal feelings, I sympathize with what happened to the Kingdom of Sardinia. From the point of view of France's own interests, the safety of the Kingdom of Sardinia is related to the safety of the French Republic. Before the Sardinian ambassador was happy to think that France was going to support the Kingdom of Sardinia. Tocqueville said, however, that the French Republic cannot support the Kingdom of Sardinia for some reason, so Tocqueville did not come to the conclusion. However, the Sardinian ambassador obviously understood what Tocqueville meant, and he said with a slightly frustrated expression, so that the French Republic is not going to support the Kingdom of Sardinia. No. Tocqueville flatly denied, we will give the Sardinian dynasty a certain degree of solidarity and diplomacy. Europe needs peace, and the French Republic also desires peace. The Sardinian ambassador nodded with a bitter smile, and said to Tocqueville, I understand. Thank you for everything the French Republic has done for the Kingdom of Sardinia. Riyadh1.com. We will not forget the friendship of the French Republic. Alas. The sentimental Tocqueville could only sigh. Just as Tocqueville and the Sardinian ambassador sighed, the conversation between Jerome Bonaparte and Baron Huberner was extremely pleasant. Mr. President, does France really not interfere with Austria's punishment of the Kingdom of Sardinia? Baron Huberner, who was summoned by Jerome Bonaparte, said in surprise. France must abide by the principles of European peace. France is not willing to participate in the affairs between your country and the Kingdom of Sardinia, Jerome Bonaparte said to Baron Hubern. However, we still hope that your country will. Prime Minister Schwarzenberg should not criticize the Kingdom of Sardinia too much. They were also part of the coercion. The Austrian Empire has no intention of destroying the Kingdom of Sardinia. We just punish the Kingdom of Sardinia for its invasion of us. Baron Huberner responded humbly, as you said, the Austrian Empire also. I hope the European continent can be at peace forever. Chapter 139, Austrian Conspiracy. Following the brief meeting between Jerome Bonaparte and Huberner, Baron Huberner quickly returned to the Austrian embassy and sent a telegram to Vienna. The telegram reads as follows: Dear Duke of Schwarzenberg, I have received exact information from President Jerome Bonaparte that the French Republic is unwilling to interfere with the Austrian Empire's punishment of the Kingdom of Sardinia. The telegram was sent to the Vienna Telegraph Office by the sender's dexterous hands. After translating the content of the telegram, the telegraph operator who received the telegram hurriedly copied the telegram and sent it to Schönbrunn Palace, Prime Minister's office at Schönbrunn Palace. The revolutionary storm of 1848 sent Prince Metternich, who had created the Vienna system, out of this office in an embarrassing manner. A few months later, it welcomed a younger and more ambitious owner than Metternich, Duke Felix Schwarzenberg. Felix Schwarzenberg, born into the loyal Schwarzenberg family of Bohemian generations, was a soldier before he became prime minister. However, Felix did not inherit the unique military genes of the Schwarzenberg family. He had decided from the beginning that he would never become a pure soldier. He wanted to use the soldier as a springboard to Metternich. Check it out. However, Felix's career in politics has not been easy. If it weren't for the revolution in 1848, if he hadn't met the current emperor Joseph Franz, the crown prince of the year, on the battlefield of Lombardy, he might have spent his entire life in the barracks. If Prince Wendy Screets wasn't his brother-in-law, Felix would have been thrown out of the game. God gave Felix a series of opportunities, and Felix seized these opportunities firmly. When Radetzky was in a stalemate with the Sardinian dynasty on the Lombard battlefield, Felix, who was Radetzky's temporary staff, received news that his brother-in-law, Prince Windisch-Gratz, was about to lead troops to Vienna to counter the rebellion. Later, he decided to use this opportunity to realize his ambition. Felix took the initiative to ask Marshal Radetzky to *****. Felix. Perhaps Radetzky saw through that the temporary assistant was not in Italy or even in the army. Radetzky agreed to Felix's request and dispatched a part of the army for Felix to *****. Joseph Franz. Under the instigation of Felix, Joseph Franz decided to leave Lombardy and return to Vienna, where he wanted to take back his own glory. Escorted by Felix and thousands of soldiers, a mighty Habsburg team set off. Along the way, Felix tried his best to gain the trust of Empress Dowager Sophie. Perhaps because of Felix's own perseverance and Windisch-Gratz's extra points, Empress Dowager Sophie chose to trust Felix. The Habsburg court knew that Prince Windisch-Gratz was a member of the Empress Dowager Sophie. Just as the troops were about to arrive in Vienna, 80,000 troops of Prince Windisch-Gratz arrived, and the army with artillery quickly suppressed the National Guard in Vienna. Amidst the ruins of blood and brains, the Habsburg carriage returned to Vienna. The city of Vienna returned to the hands of the royal family. After that, Felix and Prince Windisch-Gratz even discussed to establish Franz Joseph as emperor. They found the Empress Dowager Sophie, who was still the Grand Duchess, and the Empress Dowager Sophie convinced her husband to abdicate Joseph Franz. Under the arm of Windisch-Gratz's army and the Empress Dowager Sophie, the rest of the Habsburgs agreed to abolish Ferdinand I and replaced him with Joseph Franz. After Joseph Franz succeeded to the throne, he admired Felix's tough policy, coupled with the support of Empress Dowager Sophie, Marshal Radetzky and Windisch-Gratz. Felix Schwarzenberg successfully climbed up the Chancellor and Foreign Minister of the Austrian Empire as a soldier. The Prussia next door also had a similar incident with the Austrian Empire. Princess William I instigated Bismarck, who was carrying the militia, to launch a coup and abolish the position of King Frederick William IV of Prussia. However, Bismarck did not have a prince and mastered the brother-in-law of the regular army. Bismarck, who had only the serfs to form a militia group, decisively rejected the proposal of Princess William I so he was hated by Princess William I for a long time. In a way, Schwarzenberg was a version of Bismarck's success in 1848. Although this is the first time Felix has served as foreign minister, he has relied on his superb diplomatic skills without a teacher, and cooperated with the army of the Upper Austria Empire, which is not bad enough, so that he can use the disguised power in diplomatic occasions. Outward can be moved flexibly. Internally, Josip Chalasic, Wendisch Gritz, and Radetzky were used to suppress the revolutions in Italy and Hungary, and externally to win over the German state against Prussia, and to win over the Russian Empire to contain Prussia. The full Nicholas-I's 140,000 Imperial Russian troops suppressed the Hungarian Revolution. It took Schwarzenberg less than a year to basically clear the two battlefields of Italy and Hungary, and at the same time, suppressed the Kingdom of Prussia, making it impossible to become a country that exists on the same level as Austria in the true sense. At the moment, Reich Chancellor Wendisch Gritz is talking with Justice Minister Bach about post-war Hungary. Mr. Prime Minister, I think the empire wants to completely control Hungary, and the only way to eradicate Hungary is to completely dismantle them into provinces. Wearing a tuxedo, a characteristic of the middle class in Vienna, with a sash on the chest, Bach, who was still wearing a medal, said aggressively to Schwarzenberg, "It's hard to imagine that the guy in front of him, whose speech is full of authoritarianism, was a liberal lawyer a few months ago." It can only be said that the saying that the asterisk decides the head applies at any time. Compared with Bach, who has a strong middle class atmosphere, Schwarzenberg is dressed in a light blue Lev military uniform and has a Medal of Honor hanging on his right shoulder. He is full of military characteristics and does not look like a qualified statesman, rather like a warlord who stole power. What about after the provincialization? Felix did not agree with Bach's point of view, nor did he rush to deny Bach's opinion. His speech was calm, as if he was discussing with Bach. After provincialization, we can put aside Hungary's original political system and mobilize a large number of administrative personnel from Bohemia and Austria to control Hungary. This can effectively prevent them from collision. Bach told Felix. The Prime Minister continued. Prime Minister Felix got up and thought for a while, and then said again, "Minister Bach, can you write down all your plans and report them to me? I need to explain to His Majesty the specific implementation steps and methods of the plan." Felix. Schwarzenberg has clearly embraced Bach's ideas. Yes. Bach nodded to Felix with a smile. He was happy to have a prime minister as considerate as Felix Schwarzenberg. Dang. Dang dang. There was a knock on the door, and Prime Minister Felix said softly, "Come in." The Prime Minister's secretary hurriedly entered the door, holding a piece of white letter paper in the secretary's hand. "What happened?" Prime Minister Felix asked the secretary. "Mr. Prime Minister, a telegram from France," said the secretary to Prime Minister Felix. Felix and Bach's eyes simultaneously noticed the stationery in the secretary's hand. "Mr. Prime Minister, I'll go first." Bach resolutely chose to avoid suspicion for matters that were not within his business scope. Bach, who was given the power to manage Austria's internal power by Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg, did not want to involve diplomacy, but that was the private plot of every generation of Austrian prime ministers. Rash comments will only make Prime Minister Felix feel that he wants to replace him as the new prime minister. Well, Schwarzenberg nodded, but did not keep Bach. Bach bowed and saluted Prime Minister Felix before leaving the Prime Minister's office. After Bach left, Prime Minister Felix said to the secretary with a serious expression, "Show me the telegram." The secretary handed the telegram to Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg. The content of the telegram was very short, but it made the Austrian Iron Chancellor Felix Schwarzenberg frown frequently. They just gave up the Sardinian kingdom like that? Felix Schwarzenberg said to himself in surprise, after reading the contents of the letter. "Your Excellency Prime Minister, doesn't France's answer meet your expectations?" The secretary responded cautiously to Felix Schwarzenberg. He did not understand that the French Republic had promised not to interfere in the politics of Austria and Sardinia. Riyad 1. Why is the Prime Minister unhappy? What? Do you think I asked Radetzky to provoke another dispute at the border? Felix Schwarzenberg asked the secretary in return. The secretary replied cautiously, "In order to punish Sardinia." Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg shook his head, with a mix of disappointment and contempt on his face, and explained, "The Kingdom of Sardinia is not worthy of the empire to do anything deliberately. Everything I do is for the French Republic. Prime Minister, with all due respect, it seems that the Kingdom of Sardinia has no connection with the French Republic." The secretary asked in confusion. "Once Marshal Radetzky provokes a dispute on the border, the French Republic will surely ensure the safety of the Kingdom of Sardinia for the sake of border peace. At that time, I can follow the wishes of France and propose a strategy to maintain the established territory in 1815. Felix Schwarzenberg explained to the secretary, "The current president is a member of the Bonaparte family. Are they really willing to be limited by the established boundaries?" Chapter 140, Archduke Albrecht. Before waiting for the secretary to respond, Felix Schwarzenberg shook his head and said to himself, "No, they won't." Although Felix Schwarzenberg, a soldier and a politician, looked down on Prince Metternich who had fled London and his policies, he habitually used the orthodoxy created by Metternich at the Congress of Vienna, principled thinking about foreign policy across the continent. Felix Schwarzenberg rubbed up the telegram sent by Baron Huberner from France and threw it on the ground with a disdainful expression on his face and firmly said, "Bonaparte's wolf cub. The demarcation at the Congress of Vienna will surely be trampled. If they recognize the demarcation at the Congress of Vienna, they will undoubtedly discard the legitimacy of the Bonaparte family. Once they refuse to recognize the demarcation of the 1815 demarcation, we have a reason United Kingdom of Great Britain and the Russian Empire intervene in the Austrian Empire." 4. Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg, the recognition of the Congress of Vienna is the bottom line for the entire European monarchy point. Once the French Republic refused to recognize the division of territory in 1815 at the Congress of Vienna, then it meant that France had hidden its antipathy point at that time. He can win over the members of the original anti-French alliance to isolate France. And then isolate France. Not to mention, Felix Schwarzenberg also holds an important chess piece that has a special attack on France, the Orthodox heir, the Count of Chambord, Henry V. Once the formation of the anti-French alliance is completed, they will push into the territory of France at the fastest speed, and at the same time sacrifice the most important Count of Chambord to disintegrate the royalists in the army. And then imitate the fact that they had more than 30 years ago. The pedantic Henry V was made King of France, just as Louis XVIII was made King of France. Point in Felix Schwarzenberg's plan, the torch of revolution will be extinguished under the Tsar's butcher's knife, and orthodoxy will continue to exist in Europe for thousands of years. As long as the German Confederation declares war on France, then he can logically assign the control of the German army to the Austrian Empire. After the war with the French Republic, Prussia is no longer the Austrian Empire with great prestige. However, there is a huge loophole in Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg's meticulously prepared plan to isolate France, and that is Britain's view of the Holy Alliance. Felix Schwarzenberg did not know that the Holy Alliance era of more than 30 years had already given birth to the idea of breaking up the Holy Alliance in the Kingdom of Great Britain. For the entire British Kingdom that pays attention to the balance of the European continent, there is no need for such a united organization to exist in the European continent. Not to mention that the barbaric Slavs from the east have already stretched their paws to the Strait of Hormuz through their influence on the Holy Alliance, and they are about to complete Peter the Great's original vision of the sea. Once the Russian fleet entered the Mediterranean, the entire Mediterranean would be in crisis, and the appetites of Slavic cattle could never be satisfied. Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg did not know that the problem between the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Great Britain had risen to a major conflict, and the conflict between the Kingdom of Britain and the French Republic had turned into a secondary conflict. Without the participation of Britain, the anti-French allies would have failed. Felix Schwarzenberg now has a faint feeling that things are not going in the direction he wants. "Your Excellency, what should we do now?" the secretary asked Felix Schwarzenberg again. Felix Schwarzenberg didn't immediately answer the secretary's words. He got up from the jewel-encrusted seat and walked to the balcony. He quietly stared at the stumps of trees and the bare earth in front of Schönbrunn Palace. Before the European Revolution, there used to be a sycamore forest, and there were lush lawns under the sycamore forest. when Wendischgratz dispatched the artillery to attack the Vienna opposition in order to eliminate the rebels as soon as possible. The artillery carried out an indiscriminate attack and accidentally hit the plane tree outside the Schönbrunn Palace, and many plane trees fell to the ground and blocked the road. In order to allow the carriage to enter the Schönbrunn Palace smoothly, Wendischgratz ordered the soldiers to clean up and transport away all the fallen sycamore forest, and the place became what it is now, just like the current Vienna. Felix, however, was inspired to build a revived Austrian Empire. Mr. Jens. Felix Schwarzenberg said, "Your Excellency." Secretary von Jens quickly responded to Felix Schwarzenberg's shout, "Let's replant that sycamore forest with sycamores. I will inform you about the countermeasures after I have discussed with His Majesty." Felix Schwarzenberg pointed to the sycamore forest with only stumps left and told Feng Jens ordered. Feng Jens was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, just responded with the word yes, go. Felix Schwarzenberg waved his hand and motioned for von Jens to do business. Feng Jin could only hide his doubts in his stomach, saluted Felix Schwarzenberg, and left. After von Jens left the Prime Minister's office, Felix Schwarzenberg also left the office. Felix Schwarzenberg, who was walking in the corridor of Schönbrunn Palace, was greeted by many people, most of whom were nobles living in the Habsburg family of Schönbrunn Palace. The military prime minister who returned to Vienna displayed a more submissive attitude than during the reign of Prince Metternich. Felix Schwarzenberg also smiled back at these Habsburg nobles, but in his heart, he had only deep contempt for these uncontributing wastes. Just as Felix Schwarzenberg was about to reach his obligatory destination, he met an unexpected person. The soldier wearing the same light blue military uniform as Schwarzenberg with 2 grand crosses on his chest first greeted Felix Schwarzenberg. "Prime Minister Felix, I haven't seen you for a long time. You still look good." Glow. A look of surprise appeared on Schwarzenberg's face. "Archduke Albrecht, when did you return to Vienna?" The person who surprised Schwarzenberg was Albrecht, the son of Archduke Karol, who was supposed to serve on the Italian battlefield. Since the death of Archduke Karol in 1846, Albrecht has inherited the title of Archduke Karol, and is also known as Archduke Albrecht. After the baptism of the Great Revolution, Archduke Albrecht seemed much calmer, and he replied calmly, "Thanks to His Majesty's summons, I was summoned back from Lombardy. How is the Marshal's condition?" Felix Schwarzenberg asked about the physical condition of Marshal Radetzky. Although Felix Schwarzenberg has only been a staff officer by Radetzky's side for less than 2 months, he has great admiration for Radetzky's loyalty and ability. If it weren't for the fact that the current Austrian Empire needed a well-respected marshal, he would definitely let Marshal Radetzky recuperate. Radetzky, who served as the coalition chief of staff, is 83 years old. The marshal's body is still strong. He is following your instructions to put pressure on the Kingdom of Sardinia. Albrecht responded slowly to Felix Schwarzenberg. "That's good." Felix Schwarzenberg nodded. "Your Excellency Prime Minister, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. The Marshal still needs me." Albrecht said to Felix Schwarzenberg, "Go. Say hello to the Marshal for me by the way." Felix Schwarzenberg responded to Albrecht. Albrecht nodded and walked behind Felix Schwarzenberg. Just as Albrecht was about to pass Felix Schwarzenberg, Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Albrecht stayed where he was and looked at Felix Schwarzenberg with doubtful eyes. Felix Schwarzenberg thought for a moment, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just said lightly, "Be careful." Looking at Albrecht's retreating back, Felix Schwarzenberg decided to wait until after Bach's planning was completed and then ask Albrecht if he was willing to serve as the Hungarian governor. Even provincial Hungary still needs a governor. Felix Schwarzenberg continued in the direction that Albrecht came from and soon came to a mountain of doors. Inside the gate made of walnut wood is the office of Emperor Franz Joseph, the nominal supreme ruler of the entire Habsburg. 18-year-old Joseph Franz is more of a learner than a decision maker. His first task was to learn knowledge, and then to learn how to handle government affairs with Felix Schwarzenberg. Of course, even when Joseph Franz was still studying, Felix Schwarzenberg did not dare to openly elevate the emperor. He had to report everything to the emperor. Just do it. Behind the emperor, There can be a Sophie queen mother who is said to have an affair with the Roman king. Felix Schwarzenberg, who had seen the political skills of the Empress Dowager Sophie, did not dare to hide anything. Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg, who was standing at the door, knocked gently on the door. The door slowly opened, and a valet attaché in a grey-black military uniform appeared in front of Felix Schwarzenberg. Felix Schwarzenberg smiled and nodded to the attendant attaché in front of him. The attendant attaché turned to Joseph Franz to report, "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Felix has an audience. Let the Prime Minister come in." Franz Joseph's voice came from the door. The attaché hurriedly made way for Felix Schwarzenberg to enter. After the Prime Minister entered, the door was closed again. Chapter 141, Habsburg Meet. "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is here." With a shout from the attendant, the young emperor who was sitting at the desk near the window just put the quill in his hand, dipped an ink back into the pen holder, and twisted his chair to face Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg. Looking at the little fresh meat young emperor with a haggard face in front of him, Felix Schwarzenberg humbly saluted him. "Your Majesty." The young emperor showed a meticulous look, pointed at the sofa next to him and said, "Prime Minister Felix, sit down and talk." "Yes, Your Majesty." Felix Schwarzenberg sat on the hardboard sofa. "Prime Minister Felix, do you have any business with me?" Franz Joseph, who was only 19 years old, still had not shaken off his vigorous age. He hated political speeches and asked Felix directly. "Schwarzenberg, it's like this." Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg first told Franz Joseph about Bach's plan for dividing Hungary. Due to the influence of the European Revolution of 1948, Franz Joseph's disgust for the Hungarian nation was close to maximum, and now he just wants to completely turn the Magyar nation into a historical term. Excellent! Exclamation mark. Prime Minister Felix, I believe that according to the plan you proposed, it will not take many years for us to completely turn those Magyars into a history. The indifferent expression finally showed a happy expression. Franz Joseph clenched his fists and said to Felix Schwarzenberg, "Your Majesty, this kind of behavior loses your noble status." Felix Schwarzenberg had to carefully remind Franz Joseph to act according to Austrian rules and etiquette. In the Austrian Empire, maintaining aristocratic etiquette is a rule that every Austrian noble must master. Franz Joseph quickly released his fist and continued to say to Felix Schwarzenberg with a straight face, "I'm sorry, Mr. Prime Minister." Afterwards, Franz Joseph began to put forward his own opinions on Bach's plan to divide the Kingdom of Hungary, and he said murderously to Felix Schwarzenberg, "Prime Minister Felix, I think before officially dividing Hungary, we should solve the Hungarian rebel issue. Your Majesty, the Hungarian rebels have been defeated by the army of the Imperial Union Tsar." Felix Schwarzenberg did not understand what Emperor Franz Joseph meant, or Felix Schwarzenberg. He never thought that the monarch he was loyal to would be so cruel. "Your Excellency Prime Minister, if we do not completely eliminate the root cause of Hungarian mutiny, then the reform of the empire in Hungary will never succeed." Franz Joseph said to Felix Schwarzenberg, according to his own opinion, "We should behead all the rebel leaders." Felix Schwarzenberg was stunned by Franz Joseph's murderous words. He never thought that Franz Joseph would have such a side point except for a small number of middle class like Kossuth who led the rebellion in the Kingdom of Hungary. Most of the members were small nobles in the Hungarian countryside. If it was resolved according to Franz Joseph's instructions, it would be tantamount to aggravating the hostility of the Hungarian people, and at the same time making it difficult for the Austrian Empire's policy in Hungary to take a step. "Your Majesty." Felix Schwarzenberg still maintained a submissive attitude and replied bravely, "I don't think we need to kill all of them. Should we wait until they launch the second and third rebellion?" Franz Joseph said decisively, "The empire is so kind to Hungary that they began to press the empire step by step. Only by killing them all those Hungarian rebels, the empire can truly achieve long-term stability." Franz Joseph's decisive attitude made Felix Schwarzenberg give up arguing with him on this issue. He was only the prime minister of the empire. How could he strongly oppose the emperor's policies? The greatest tragedy of the autocratic system is this. Felix Schwarzenberg, who wanted to seize the Hungarian nobles and let the small ones out, to gain the gratitude of the Hungarian middle and small nobles, so as to make Hungary's provincialization road smoother, could not reverse Franz Joseph's desire to dismantle all those involved in the rebellion. In the hearts of all the Hungarian middle and high-level executives, Felix Schwarzenberg, who was deeply constrained by the emperor, flashed a disrespectful thought in his mind. Felix Schwarzenberg's silence convinced Franz Joseph of his correctness. He said to Felix Schwarzenberg to himself, I originally wanted to make Albrecht. He went to Hungary to be the executioner. Who knows that Albrecht is not willing to take this position. Now Marshal Henor has to go to Hungary to execute those traitors. What do you think, Franz? Joseph seemed to be seeking the opinion of Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg, but in fact he was just reporting to Felix Schwarzenberg, Your Majesty, Marshal Henor is undoubtedly the best choice. Felix Schwarzenberg, who knew he could not reverse Franz Joseph's thoughts, could only respond along Franz Joseph's thoughts. Excellent. The transfer of Marshal Henor is up to you. Franz Joseph said to Felix Schwarzenberg, yes. Felix Schwarzenberg. Then he told Franz Joseph about the forthcoming treaty between the Austrian Empire and the Sardinian dynasty, including 1. The Sardinian kingdom gave up its claims on Lombardy and responded Venice 2. The Sardinian dynasty needs to pay 70 million reparations to the Austrian Empire 3. The Kingdom of Sardinia needs to form an alliance with the Austrian Empire 4. The Sardinian dynasty needs to recognize the 1815 borders. We fought 2 wars with that rebel, and now we are only asking them for 70 million francs? Are we going to make an alliance with them? Franz Joseph asked Felix Schwu with wide-eyed surprise. Zemberg said. Franz Joseph couldn't believe his ears. It was obvious that the Sardinian kingdom provoked first, but in the end, the Austrian Empire also spent the money and people died. The war reparations were not enough to send troops twice. As for the first, third, and fourth treaties, it is not a punishment for the Sardinian kingdom, but a deliberate protection of the Sardinian dynasty. Franz Joseph, who advocated power politics in his bones, obviously did not understand what Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg meant. Felix Schwarzenberg could only explain to Franz Joseph, Your Majesty, the enemy of the empire has never been the Kingdom of Sardinia. When Prince Metternich merged the Republic of Genoa into the Kingdom of Sardinia, the purpose was to prevent France from bordering the empire. The Kingdom of Sardinia acts as a shield to protect the Austrian Empire. If we criticize the Sardinian kingdom too much, then the Sardinian kingdom will turn to France. The empire's territory would then border directly with France, which could drive straight into the Apennine. If our support is not timely, I'm afraid, Felix. Schwarzenberg did not continue to speak, and Franz Joseph understood what he said next. The next plot is probably the same as when Napoleon went deep into the Apennine Peninsula. It's just that the French army is definitely far inferior to the army led by Napoleon at the beginning, and the Austrian army also can't find someone who is as capable of commanding as Archduke Karol. The lifespan of Marshal Radetzky is also a big problem. Prime Minister Felix, how can you guarantee that the Kingdom of Sardinia will not betray the empire again? Franz Joseph asked Felix Schwarzenberg again. Your Majesty, the reason why the Sardinian dynasty declared war on the empire last year is not only that the previous king himself wanted to expand the Sardinian dynasty, but more importantly, the revolutionary wave in the Apennine Peninsula made them have to choose, or the subjects under their rule abandon it, or declare war on Austria with this wave. Felix Schwarzenberg paused, then said, now, we have suppressed this wave. Sardinia has made another choice. We just need not to press them so hard that they fall to France. Now that the new king is on the throne, we can start from the Habsburgs, choose one of them to marry them, so that they will not fall to France. Adhering to Metternich's pragmatism, Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg decided to sacrifice another Habsburg princess. From Felix Schwarzenberg's point of view, the great blessings he bears will come at a great price. Since the princess of the Habsburg family follows God's will to join the Habsburg family, she should serve the Habsburg family. The Ford family gave their Riyadh1.com. Franz Joseph was silent for a long time, and then said again, Prime Minister Felix, you remind me of my teacher. Prince Metternich. It's an honor to be compared with Prince Metternich. Schwarzenberg responded with an expression of flattery. One more thing. Franz Joseph said, holding the letter on the table in front of Schwarzenberg, this is a letter sent to me by a teacher in London, in which he said he wanted to return to the empire. I think the prince is too lonely in London alone. Now that the Austrian Revolution is over, I hope the teacher can return to Austria, to take care of himself. Prime Minister, what do you think, Felix? Schwarzenberg was shocked when he heard that Metternich wanted to return to Austria. Prince Turn came back to take care of himself, and Felix Schwarzenberg's heart settled down again. I certainly agree with the return of Prince Metternich. As an outstanding statesman who has served Austria for more than 30 years, wandering alone is a huge tragedy, both for the empire and for the prince himself. Chapter 142. The war is over. August 7, 1849. The Austrian Foreign Office received a handwritten letter from Palmerston, the British Foreign Secretary, in which Palmerston objected to Schwarzenberg's proposal to maintain the restoration of the territory established in 1815. The letter implicitly pointed out that it was impossible to restore the territory of 1815, and Belgium was destined not to become a member of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and could only seek cooperation while maintaining the existing system. Felix Schwarzenberg, who did not have the support of Britain, could only abandon his strategy and turn to ending the long-running Ossa War at the behest of Felix Schwarzenberg, the Austrian ambassador to Sardinia, who represented the interests of the Habsburgs, was appointed by Felix Schwarzenberg as the plenipotentiary representative of the negotiations, since the Sardinian kingdom did not receive the full support of France from the TNO line. The Sardinian dynasty lost its original calm, and the indemnity demanded by the Austrian Empire was not an unacceptable figure for the Sardinian kingdom. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to all the conditions of the Austrian Empire. In the TNO line, after Tocqueville explained the situation in the Kingdom of Sardinia to Louis Napoleon instantly decided to support the Kingdom of Sardinia. Tocqueville explained the determination of France to Count Hubner, and the Italian Front Army led by Biro also moved. Upon seeing this, the Austrian Empire continued to cut back on the original conditions, and at the same time, asked the authorities of Louis Napoleon to maintain the request of the territory of 1815. As a result, France not only failed to gain the gratitude of the Sardinian dynasty, but instead made the Sardinian dynasty take everything for granted. At the same time, the request for territorial maintenance in 1815 truly disgusted Louis Napoleon. If it weren't for the fact that Britain paid more attention to real interests rather than illusory orthodoxy, France would have once again fought against the French allies. The Treaty of Ossa was established in the presence of Radetzky and Charles Alberto, the Prime Minister of Sardinia, who was also Minister of War and Minister of Foreign Affairs. In addition to acknowledging the maintenance of the pre-revolutionary territory and compensation of 70 million francs in the treaty, the Austrian ambassador also hinted that the Sardinian kingdom wanted the full trust of the Austrian Empire only if the new king married the princess of the Habsburg family. The conditions of the Austrian ambassador were simply humiliating to the new king. Victor Emmanuel. All of Deng's actions should not be concealed from the Austrian side. P.S. Facts have proved that Habsburg women have never been reliable. Once they were educated by the court as refined egoism, once they married into other countries, their core interests quickly changed from the Austrian Empire to the country she married. In order to quell Victor Emmanuel's anger, the Turin Palace has shattered several exquisite chinaware from the east, each of which is a valuable treasure. More than 100,000 people died, 70 million francs were lost, and the result was an Austrian princess. For the Sardinian dynasty, it was a business that lost money, and could no longer lose money, and now they can only smash their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. On August 7th, the European countries and the British Kingdom, which was hanging overseas, also successively obtained the substantial content of the Ossa Treaty. It can be described as a few joys and sorrows. The result of the signing of the Treaty of Ossa surprised Tocqueville. He thought that without the support of France, the Austrian Empire would open its mouth to the lions of Sardinia. It did not happen. Tocqueville went to the Sardinian mansion again to find the Sardinian ambassador in France, but was told by the attaché that the Sardinian ambassador was not in the mansion. Tocqueville knew that this was just a protest by the Sardinian dynasty for not helping the Sardinian kingdom by the French Republic. The attitude of the Kingdom of Sardinia made Tocqueville a little resentful. In his opinion, the French Republic was not the nanny of the Kingdom of Sardinia, and there was no need for them to compromise for the interests of the Kingdom of Sardinia. However, in order to win over the Kingdom of Sardinia, Tocqueville decided to go to the Élysée Palace to ask Jerome Bonaparte to properly promise some benefits to the Kingdom of Sardinia, so that the Kingdom of Sardinia could join the French camp. Tocqueville, who took the carriage to the Élysée Palace, was stopped by two guards who were responsible for guarding the gate of the Élysée Palace when he got off the car and entered the Élysée Palace. 2. Gentlemen, this is Tocqueville, the foreign minister. I want to enter the Élysée Palace to visit His Excellency the President. Tocqueville, who was afraid that the two guards guarding the gate did not know him, reported his home to the two strange-faced guards. One of the guards glanced at Tocqueville and immediately said, "Minister Tocqueville, please go back. The president is not in the Élysée Palace. His Excellency the President has gone to the provinces with Secretary General Pessigny and Adjutant Conrobel." Going to the provinces? When did it happen? Tocqueville looked at the guard suspiciously and said, "According to the Constitution of the French Republic, the President of the French Republic has no restrictions when the Parliament is not in session." Jerome Bonaparte led the bureaucrats of the Élysée Palace to visit the provinces and also did not violate any legal problems. However, this result still made Tocqueville's heart feel as if it was blocked by something. "Just yesterday," the guard responded, "Has Your Excellency the President said when he will be back?" Tocqueville hurriedly asked, "Minister Tocqueville, please don't embarrass me. I'm just a soldier. You should ask Director Mocker about specific questions. He is the office director of the Élysée Palace." The guard looked at Tocqueville helplessly. Seeing that he could not get accurate information from the guards, Tocqueville had to go to the house of Mocker, the head of the office of the Élysée Palace. Mocker, who was approached by Tocqueville, responded vaguely, "It may be a month, or it may be 2. Your Excellency the President will definitely return to Paris at the end of October." "Mr. Mocker, do you know the specific itinerary of His Excellency the President?" Tocqueville asked in disappointment. "Mr. Minister, the President's itinerary is not in the area I'm responsible for, so I don't know where the President is now." Mocker spread his hands and said to Tocqueville, and then continued, "But Your Excellency the President is a country after all. He will be the center of attention wherever he goes, so just keep an eye on the newspapers to find out." "I understand." Tocqueville gave up his thoughts of looking for Jerome Bonaparte. Riyadh1.com hurriedly bid farewell to Mocker. Tocqueville walked alone on the street. Sell the newspaper. Sell the newspaper. The French deputies go to Emra to meet Henry V. Sell the newspaper. Sell the newspaper. Tocqueville was awakened by the newspaper boy's voice, and Tocqueville hurriedly stopped the boy. "Sir, do you need a newspaper?" said the newspaper boy to Tocqueville. "Bring me a newspaper, Mr. 7 Shengding." Tocqueville took money from his pocket, but found that he only had Napoleon gold coins in his pocket. He handed Napoleon gold coins to Xianatong and told him not to look for it. "What a generous gentleman you are." The boy thanked Tocqueville and left. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Action of the Orleans. Tocqueville, who got the newspaper, lowered his head and walked slowly while reading the plain text version of the newspaper. The headline of the newspaper read, "French MPs to Emra to worship Henry V." The content of the article describes the details and experiences of the Orthodox nobles who were eager to go to Emra to meet Henry V. The witty writing style makes people feel immersed in the scene. However, more curious than these Tocquevilles, who brought the news of the Orthodox to Emra to the newspapers, the Republicans. In addition, from the description of the newspaper, Tocqueville can be sure that the other party must also be a member of the pilgrimage, so the result is more interesting. According to the situation that Tocqueville understands, every Orthodox who goes to Emra is old. The members of parliament are all extremely loyal to the Count of Chambord, and some of them have even become mad believers. There are still traitors among these Orthodox mad believers, who claim to be moral, orderly, patriarchal orthodoxy is making people laugh. P.S. During the Orleans Kingdom period, the Orthodox parliamentarians who were targeted by the Orleans faction often went to Austria to meet Henry V. Every interview will make some Louis Philippe furious, and thus replace a large number of Orthodox members. So these guys are also called mad believers by Tocqueville, while Tocqueville was gloating. The same thing was happening across the English Channel in London Point. However, this time the protagonists are no longer Orthodox, but Orleans, who are also driven by different interests to London to find their titular leader. Former King Louis Philippe of Orleans. At this time, Louis Philippe was living in a modest mansion in a wealthy area of London. Due to the hurried departure of the February Revolution, King Louis Philippe and his queen did not carry enough money when they fled Paris, and all the money became real estate and stayed in Paris, coupled with the continuous increase of family members. The Count of Paris, the Duchess of Orleans, the Prince of Joan, and the Duke of Nemours fled Paris to London. It made Louis Philippe's life even more difficult. If it weren't for the help of some loyal Orleans and Lionel Rothschild, Louis Philippe's family would have starved to death on the streets long ago. At this moment, Louis Philippe, who was sitting on the sofa, was full of old age. Louis Philippe, who had lost the nourishment of his power and suffered a blow, no longer lived up to the attitude of scolding "thank you" when he was the king. A violent cough resounded throughout the living room. As a guest, Odilon Barrot sat quietly opposite Louis Philippe and nodded. "Your Majesty." Louis Phillips, who was coughing violently, forcibly suppressed his cough and said, "Cough, cough, Mr. Barrot." "No, I should call you Prime Minister Barrot. This is an honor you have never received in the Orleans dynasty, so you should be right. Jerome Bonaparte is very grateful, Your Majesty." Barrot wanted to explain to Louis Philippe. Louis Philippe forcibly interrupted Odilon Barrot's casting and laughed at himself. "Mr. Prime Minister Barrot, the era of the Kingdom of Orleans has been lonely, and now it's yours. Tell me, what do you have to do with me? Your Majesty, I want you to help me integrate the Orleans faction." Odilon Barrot, like Louis Philippe, proposed an almost impossible task. Integrate the Orleans? Got. When I was king, I couldn't fully integrate the Orleans. Neither you nor Thiers were the ones who opposed me in the first place. Now my kingdom has collapsed. Instead, you ask me to help you integrate the Orleans faction? Louis Philippe questioned Odilon Barrot. "Your Majesty, it is because your kingdom has collapsed. You have the ability to integrate." Odilon Barrot immediately responded to Louis Philippe. "What's the point of this? The throne I gave up made it easier to integrate the Orleans faction?" Louis Philippe asked again. "Because when you became king, the Orleanists became the party with the majority of the parliament and the cabinet, so a split was inevitable. The interests of the factions are also not the same. When your kingdom collapses, we once again forming the Orleans, we can only reduce divisions as much as possible." Odilon Barrot explained to Louis Philippe. To put it in simpler words, you can suffer, but you can't share blessings. When the Orleans kingdom was still in existence, the dominant Orleanists could be separated into the left and right wing of the dynasty, moderates and radicals, and even further deepened on this basis, and a huge political party was divided into small pieces, interest groups, until the collapse of the Orleans dynasty. They who lived in the Orleans dynasty found that the collapse of the Orleans kingdom would not do them any good, and they joined forces to choose to save themselves. Under the general trend of history, even such a huge organization as the Orleans faction had to choose to follow the trend of history. "Prime Minister Barrot, I can help you," Louis Philippe said to Odilon Barrot in a calm tone. "Thank you," Odilon Barrot responded. "However, I need until you can bring me something." The mediocre Louis Philippe asked bluntly. "Don't tell me about the promise of restoring the dynasty again. I'm already 75 years old. Life Riyadh1.com. The throne is just like a mirror for me." Odilon Barrot, who wanted to promise that Louis Philippe would help him ascend to the throne, was silent for a moment. Then he said carefully, "Your Majesty, if I'm fortunate enough to be recognized by all the Orleans colleagues, I will do my best. Help the Duchess to obtain a certain amount of compensation for the widow's war. make up for the undisbursed retirement funds for the Prince of Rouen and the Duke of Nemours. Odilon Barrot means that Louis Philippe supports him, and then he sends money to Louis Philippe, who is struggling, through the cabinet and parliament. However, this amount may be quite different from the amount you received during your tenure as king. Odilon Barrot reminded Louis Philippe again. I know. Of course Louis Philippe knew that it was basically impossible to get an annual salary of 16 million francs again. He raised 3 fingers and said, how about 300,000 francs a year? Louis Philippe's answer made Odilon Barrot heave a sigh of relief. He nodded and replied, of course. Chapter 144, Guardian Barrot. The Orleans royal family's active cooperation and self-awareness made Odilon Barrot a little surprised, and he even had a feeling of regret. If the Orleans royal family had cooperated as actively as they did earlier, before the Cayenne Party in 1847, with the Orleans family's leadership among financial capitalists, in addition to the people-friendly people and moderate Republican parties that the Orleans family had run for many years, Orleans with the respect of the Duchess. The Kingdom of Orleans is not without the possibility of its existence. Unfortunately, no one thought that the Kingdom of Orleans, which had been in power for 18 years and experienced many street battles in Paris, would be directly overwhelmed by a sudden revolution. Fierce, who wanted to be the Prime Minister of Orleans again, had to announce that he was tomorrow in a high-profile manner on the eve of the revolution. The Republican, political chameleon, tries to save the Kingdom of Orleans with Odilon Barrot. The financial capitalists who defended the Orleans dynasty also did not expect that the Orleans kingdom they had painstakingly forged would be overthrown by gangsters for quite some time after the establishment of the Second Republic. Some financial capitalists were still secretly regretting whether they had exploited the Kingdom of Orleans too harshly, which led to this difficulty. Of course, if you give them another chance, they will definitely go the old way. The property of the financial classes to eat more and vomit less. P.S. Since the first generation of the Duke of Orleans, the Orleans family has been the leader of the financial class in Paris, lending and banking, and the Duke of Orleans is also far ahead. During the Great Revolution, the Orleans family funded the revolution, and imagined that after Louis XVI stepped down, the Orleans family could come to power by virtue of being close to the people. Louis Philippe's father, the previous Duke of Orleans, Louis voted in favor of the execution of Louis XVI. As the revolution became more and more intense, Louis Philippe left Louis Equality to flee France independently, and Louis Equality was also sent to the guillotine. It was not until Louis XVIII came to the throne that Louis Philippe returned to France. However, he has always been regarded by the Orthodox as a descendant of a kingslayer. After 1830, the usurper was added. Then again, in fact, long before Odilon Barrot had decided whether to leave for Clermont Township, he had already considered various scenarios of his meeting with Louis Philippe. Among them, Louis Philippe beat himself to death and cursed himself and the party of order as thieves, or the former king would rather die than support his strategy. Odilon Barrot, who was going very smoothly, could not help but feel some sympathy for Louis Philippe. Mr. Barrot, what is the current political situation in France? Can we go back to France, just after Odilon Barrot and Louis Philippe had negotiated the Duchess of Orleans' pension money? A voice like an aureole came from Odilon Barrot's right side. Hearing the voice, Odilon Barrot hurriedly stood up and bowed guiltily. Madam, if Odilon Barrot had to choose the person he was most ashamed of in his life, then it would be the Princess Mary, the widow of the Duke of Orleans. The day after the February Revolution, Guizot was dismissed as a scapegoat, and Odilon Barrot and Thiers were invited to form a cabinet. With the intensification of the February Revolution, Odilon Barrot faintly felt that the general trend of the revolution was irreversible. It just so happened that Louis Philippe also fled in a hurry at this time, leaving behind only the succession of the Count of Paris. The Duchess of Orleans was only a few words in politics. An ignorant child and a woman who was not proficient in politics were left behind in Poland. The side palace faced the parliamentarians and the Bourbon Palace, and at that time, he could only be cowardly. Mr. Barrot believed that he had failed the Duchess of Orleans, and hid aside, leaving the Duchess of Orleans to bear the gang alone. P.S. The Duchess of Orleans was widely loved by people from all factions, except the Orthodox faction. Before and after the February Revolution, King Louis Philippe fled. After the Duchess of Orleans' regency, Lamartine personally defended the legitimacy of the Duchess of Orleans' regency. The Republican generals such as General Nau and La Moricier also protected the Duchess of Orleans on the eve of the February Revolution. Elena Mecklenburg-Schwerin, the Duchess, held a child in a miniature National Guard and saluted Odilon Barrow. "Mr. Barrow, please forgive me for being a woman. Too much involved in politics. For the sake of your loyalty to the Kingdom of Orleans, please tell me, can we return to France?" The Duchess is wailing like an oriole, combined with her "I still feel pity" expression. It is difficult to make people feel compassion, not to mention that Odilon Barrow before the February Revolution maintained a good relationship with the Duchess. Friendship relationship. In the February Revolution, because he abandoned the Duchess again, Odilon Barrow told the truth with more guilt. "Ma'am, although we, the Party of Order, have taken control of the Parliament, the Republicans and the Party of Order are still a huge force. Plus some problems within us, Orthodox Party. The faction is trying to unite with the Orleans faction, and it will take some time for the Orleans royal family to return to France." Afterwards, Odilon Barrow responded with a firm tone, "Please believe me, my colleagues and I will do our best to help the royal family return to France." At this time, Odilon Barrow did not know that his colleague Fierce had long been dissatisfied with being the Prime Minister of Orleans, and he wanted to become a real French dictator, even if the time limit of this dictator was only 4 years. He will also use his life's energy to strive to be able to dance with France. "Mr. Barrow, the hope of the royal family is entrusted to you," the Duchess assured Odilon Barrow. "Please rest assured that once the kingdom is restored, you will still be the Prime Minister of the kingdom. And please tell Mr. Lamartine, I'm very grateful to him for defending me and the Count of Paris, son of the Duchess of Orleans, heir to the throne, at all costs in that revolution. I sincerely hope to be able to meet M. Lamartine and others again. That revolution will not affect friendship between us." The Duchess of Orleans, who is long-sleeved and good at dancing, described the entire revolution as an accident in just a few words, and at the same time, used her relationship with the Republican faction to try to win Lamartine and others to maintain a neutral attitude. Even Odilon Barrow had to applaud the Duchess for her agility. It seems that the Duchess of Orleans has grown a lot during her more than a year in Britain. "I will pass on your thanks to Mr. Lamartine," Odilon Barrow replied. However, the situation in Paris is far more complicated than imagined. "Mr. Barrow, what's your plan?" Perhaps it was because of his enthusiasm for his children and grandchildren that Louis Philippe, who didn't intend to talk a little bit about the future with Odilon Barrow, spoke up. Since Louis Philippe fled from France, his health has gotten worse and worse. After losing the hope of power, he thinks that he may not live to the day when the Orleans family regains the top. The next generation should be left to his children and grandchildren. Odilon Barrow was stunned for a moment, but did not respond for a while. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" "The Orleans family's plan to return to France," Louis Philippe said to Odilon Barrow word by word, and then softly said, "Prime Minister Barrow, you won't deceive me with a fake word daughter-in-law and grandson." For Louis Philippe's almost pleading words, Odilon Barrow remained silent for a long time. To be honest, Odilon Barrow only had a rough outline of the Orleans royal family's plan to return to France. Now let Odilon Barrow tell the plan. In case Odilon Barrow's plan is unsuccessful, or even leaked, the blame will probably be taken by Odilon Barrow. "Mr. Barrow," cried the Duchess of Orleans. The Duchess's soft words broke Odilon Barrow's insistence, and he could only confess to Louis Philippe part of the strategy he had thought of. "Your Majesty, I think you should understand that it is only by our strength, the Orleans faction. It is impossible to bring the royal family back to France, so we need to use the strength of Bourbon." Heh. Louis Philippe laughed at himself. With the power of those guys, it was because of them that the kingdom collapsed. Now, they are actually seeking to cooperate with us. Will they cooperate with a monarch? A usurper? Cough, cough, cough. Louis Philippe's voice trembled slightly, and his expression was so excited that the coughing became more intense. Since Louis Philippe ascended the throne at the Paris City Hall in 1830, Louis Philippe has always been on guard against the counterattack of the main branch of Bourbon. In order to contain the main branch, he gave up the supervision of the Bonapartists and the Republicans, even the same part The renegade Bonapartists cooperate. For the Orthodox who acted secretly, they adopted an attitude of killing them all. How could the hatred of 18 years be resolved in a short time? Those Orthodox guys must have wished that I should die now. Louis Philippe laughed silently to himself. Your Majesty, the era of you reading www.ukanshu.com is changing. Odilon Barrow said, we must choose a compromise plan. How to compromise? Louis Philippe asked again. The Count of Chambord doesn't have a child yet, Odilon Barrow said vaguely, and then turned his gaze to the 11-year-old Count of Paris, which was self-evident. Mr. Barrow, I'll leave everything to you. Louis Philippe said to Odilon Barrow solemnly. Yes, I will do my best, Odilon Barrow responded. Of course, Odilon Barrow's question of union was not entirely handed over to Louis Philippe. The condition for the Legitimists to be willing to unite with the Orleanists is that the Kingslayer and usurper Louis Philippe must die. However, after meeting Louis Philippe, Odilon Barrow believed that it would not be long before the Orthodox and the Orleans were fully integrated. Chapter 145, Tour the Provinces. September 5, 1849. The scorching summer heat blew the horn of the last wave of attack. The hot sun raged on the earth and swayed its own heat. The soil under the sun gradually became hot and dry. In this drowsy temperature, there are still a group of people next to the train station in Tours in the André-Lohire department in the central and western regions of France. They are dressed in decent black suits and top hats, standing at the train station against the scorching sun, looking into the distance along the northward railway line. Even though the white lining was soaked with sweat, the lips were dry, and the sweat stains on the forehead could not stop sliding from the top of the head to the cheek, so they had to wipe it with a pure white handkerchief over and over again. The handkerchief was wiped wet, but they still refused to leave, until the rumble of a steam train in the distance, followed by a train emerging from the distant horizon and gradually heading towards Tours train station. Only then did the gentleman standing at the train station in Tours showed relieved smiles. After waiting for more than an hour, they finally waited for the train coming from the north, but they didn't know if the people on the train were the guests they were waiting for. Quick, line up, line up. In charge of the dozens of people in charge of the team is a gray-haired grey attire, with several honorary Legion medals and Knight's medals hanging on his chest. There is a rumor that these honorary Legion medals are all he bought it from a middle-aged man who had served the emperor before. His broad forehead and hooked nose gave this middle-aged man an inexplicable majesty. The gentlemen are arranged in 3 rows under the command and dispatch of the middle-aged man. Each row has 10 people forming a phalanx. Next to the phalanx is a band wearing imperial uniforms. This is the brass drum, horn, and clarinet. The configuration of the small band, I just don't know where they got so many imperial uniforms beside the iron guardrails on both sides. The National Guards wearing National Guard uniforms and carrying a variety of muzzle-loading guns are responsible for maintaining the law and order of Tours railway station. Because the National Guard relies on its own expenses to solve everything, the guns equipped by the National Guard are also configured according to individual economic strength. The richer people are equipped with the MTL 1842 of the French Regular Army, and the poorer people are equipped with the so-called Charleville 1777 that produced 7 million pieces. The military band is ready. Listen to my command. As soon as you see someone getting off the train, immediately play music for me. There is also a flag bearer. You are also ready to raise the flag at any time when you see my gestures. The middle-aged man who was worried about the military band warned again. Mr. Mary Renal, don't worry. The boys are accepted, have played many times, and this time will never go wrong. The band leader with the clarinet in his right hand patted his chest to the middle-aged man. It was Mary Ryan who made the vote, and then he spoke with a treacherous expression like a businessman, and approached Mary Ryan to discuss in a low voice. Mr. Mayor, it's not easy for my young man to stand here. So can you? The band leader rubbed his hands. His eyes were full of treacherous and greedy, and he looked like I will eat you. As soon as he heard Mary Rina who was talking about money, his face sank instantly. He glanced at his colleagues who were watching the play next to him, grabbed the arm of the band leader, went to the open space 10 meters away from the phalanx, and said in a low voice, "Isn't it already negotiated? It costs 300 francs for a performance. How can you increase the price at will? The band leader showed the cunning of a mountaineer and complained with a worried and unhappy expression. But Mr. Mayor, 300 francs for a performance is the price at the opera house. My band and I have been standing here for nearly 1 hour. Hours, at least this number. The band leader opened the palm of his left hand, and the meaning is self-evident. Damn, 500 francs. Are you vampires reincarnated? For such a price, I can definitely hire a better band from Tours. Mayor de Renal still lowered his voice and said in a longer tone, Mr. Mayor, it's only us here. The band leader shouted while biting the price of 500 francs, pointing to the approaching train. Look, the train is coming. Mr. Mayor, you have to make a choice. Mayor de Renal hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, you greedy guy. Well, you won. I'll give you the rest of the money after the show. Thank you. Generous Mr. Mayor. May God bless you. The band leader smiled instantly. Remember, Mayor de Renal viciously said to the band leader, if you screw up the welcome ceremony, don't even think about getting the rest of the money. Of course, Mr. Mayor. The band leader patted his chest and assured Mayor de Renal, I guarantee that every cent of your gold is worth it. If I knew it earlier, I should have added some money. The best band in Tours. Mayor de Renal secretly regretted his decision and then comforted himself that there was no need to care about a group of vulgar people. The most important thing is to deal with the current situation first. He must fight this battle well, and only in this way can he pave the way for his subsequent requests. The steam locomotive began to decelerate as it approached the Tours railway station. A strong humming sound came from the wheels and the rails, and the sparks generated by the braking scattered on both sides of the rails when the front of the steam train left the station. The train stopped completely. The 3 red carriages hanging behind the steam locomotive opened their doors one after another, and soldiers in blue and white imperial uniforms got off the carriage first. Some of them, armed with MTL 1842 front-loading guns, immediately aimed their guns at the crowd headed by Mayor de Renal, while the other trotted to the front of the National Guard, which was supposed to protect the safety of Tours train station fully control. The sudden change made Mayor de Renal and everyone present fail to react. Until a soldier who was slightly bald came out of the carriage. He glanced at all the people at the Tours railway station with sharp eyes and said, I'm Colonel Conrobble, the president's adjutant, and you are gathered at the Tours railway station. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to kill the president? Conrobble's eyes were fierce, and everyone present believed that once his response made the president's deputy Conrobble dissatisfied, then only death awaited him. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. De Renal, who had reacted, shouted while trying to walk in the direction of Conrobble. Before Mayor de Renal could reach Colonel Conrobble, a soldier blocked Mayor de Renal with a front-loaded gun, and the bayonet from the gun almost stabbed de Renal. Mayor de Renal hurriedly raised his hands and explained sincerely, I'm de Renal, Mayor of Tours, and I came here with the City Hall of Tours to meet with the president. And I have absolutely no intention of murdering the president. What happened to those people? Conrobble asked, pointing to the controlled National Guard. They are the people we use to protect the president's safety in Tours. De Renal said with a slightly embarrassed expression, complaining in his heart that this group of National Guards really failed. They defend His Majesty the President? The soldier who put the bayonet on Mayor de Renal's chest said with a disdainful expression, don't be joking. They should protect themselves. After that, all the soldiers present laughed. The National Guard, controlled by a small group of soldiers, showed shame, anger, and even resentment. The unbridled ridicule of the soldiers made Mr. de Renal even more embarrassed. As the chief executive of Tours, he also served as a training for the National Guard. After de Renal became mayor, he set his sights on the National Guard, which turned the loose National Guard into what it is now. Although he could not compete with the Paris National Guard, at least he could. It can be said that Mayor de Renal is most proud of his achievements in undertaking the daily work of public security. Today, this achievement was ruthlessly broken by the direct guards led by Conrobble. Of course, if Mayor de Renal knew that the group of presidential guards in front of him used to be soldiers of the Juif regiment in Algiers, who were famous for their fierceness and combativeness, before serving as the guard, he might have a much more balanced mind, and could Algiers killed a famous team, and the National Guard in the country can't be compared. Quiet! Conrobble shouted loudly, then waved The Presidential Guard, ordered by Conrobel, put their guns down, and they lined up in 2 rows in front of the second carriage. Jerome Bonaparte, who was wearing a big overturned coat made of breathable linen, white tight trousers and long breathable leather boots, appeared in front of everyone. Everyone present fell into a sluggishness for a while, and even the band leader forgot to play and muttered, "The Emperor's nephew." De Reina, who was the first to wake up from the sluggishness, hurriedly greeted, "Quick, play music, play music." The band leader, who reacted hurriedly, began to play music, and the Marseillaise, that should have been impassioned, was too flustered and played intermittently. The eagle, which symbolizes the Bonaparte family, was also played by de Renal. Jerome Bonaparte stood silently on the train watching what was happening on the platform. "Welcome to the President, Your Excellency, to Tours." Mayor de Renal respectfully said to Jerome Bonaparte, who was still standing on the train. Riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte walked down slowly the train, came to de Renal and patted de Renal on the shoulder. "It's hard work." "It's not hard. It's not hard." Mayor de Renal responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a simple and honest expression. "Let all your subordinates go back. And these National Guard troops, too," Jerome Bonaparte said, pointing to the subordinates and National Guard MPs behind de Renal. Yes. De Renal obeyed Jerome Bonaparte's suggestion to let his subordinates and the National Guard leave first. The subordinates who had endured the scorching heat quickly dispersed. After receiving the order of de Reine. Jerome Bonaparte officially left the station under the leadership of de Reine and rode in the open-top double-bridge carriage specially prepared for him by de Reine. De Renal and Pessigny sat on the left and right sides of Jerome Bonaparte, while Conrobert rode on a horse and commanded the guards to guard the president's safety. Chapter 146, Oath. The carriage drove east along the banks of the Loire River under the guidance of de Reine, and soon came to the edge of the city on the east side of Tours. They would enter the city center from the east side. De Renal, who had not officially entered the city, couldn't wait to point to the other side of the Loire River, and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Excellency, please look there." Jerome Bonaparte looked in the direction of de Renal's finger. On the mountainside on the other side of the Loire River was an octagonal tower. Behind the octagonal tower was a faint pink building, the residence of a nobleman. "Mayor de Renal, where is it?" asked Jerome Bonaparte, who didn't know much about the history of Tours. "Your Excellency, there is the Chateau de Claris," de Renal said to Jerome Bonaparte with a proud expression. "It used to be the residence of Francois and Leonardo da Vinci. In his twilight years, he was invited by the French King Francois to come to Tours to spend the rest of his life for 3 years, and finally died in that castle, in the arms of Francois." Although Jerome Bonaparte didn't know which King Francois was, Da Vinci's name is something that every student of high school history of the European Renaissance must know. If the Middle Ages represented the darkness under the rule of the Church, then the Renaissance was undoubtedly the sharp knife that cut through the darkness. Whether it is Protestantism in Prussia or the Anglican Church in Britain, is inextricably linked with the Renaissance. Leonardo da Vinci and others are part of the sharp knife of the Renaissance, and the printing art brought by Arab scholars smashed Catholicism. An important tool of thought, which was supposed to help in the printing of indulgences, became the culprit of the schism in Catholicism. After the Renaissance, Protestantism was an important driving force in guiding the capitalist transformation of Britain. What is even more ironic is that when the Ottoman Empire, as the origin of printing, saw that Catholicism was divided due to the popularization of printing, and Protestantism and Catholicism fought in Germany and Britain, they decisively ordered a strict inspection of the printing press. The Ottoman Empire was saved from splitting. Tours is really an incredible city, Jerome Bonaparte said with emotion. Not only that, Tours is also the royal place of the Valois dynasty. De Renal vividly described the history of Tours to Jerome Bonaparte. From the Frankish palace minister Charles Matin, the Tours defeated the Arab coalition to the revolutionary period. Tours served as a base to counter the Vendée rebels. In short, Tours was an indispensable and irreplaceable member of the entire Western France. Jerome Bonaparte listened carefully to de Reine's description of Tours, and nodded to Mayor de Reine from time to time. Mayor de Renal, who was inspired by Jerome Bonaparte, spoke more eloquently about the development history of the Tours region, including how Tours changed from a textile prosperous region to a city that is now prosperous in agriculture. In de Rien's mouth, Tours is a city where perfection can't be more perfect. If the Valois dynasty hadn't died out, the capital of France would have been Tours. De Renal vowed to Jerome Bonaparte, "Yeah, I think so too." Jerome Bonaparte casually said, inwardly disapproving of de Renal's boasting of Tours, who might be able to beat the West, to win the Western Black Pearl in the western region of France. Good reputation, but if you want to be comparable to Paris, you should give up the idea as soon as possible. History has proved that Paris, as the heart of the entire France, is the general trend. Even if several generations of French kings consciously limit the local population of Paris, Paris attracts the surrounding people with its superior geographical location point, so that the kings starting from Louis XIII had to first subdue the citizens of Paris, before they could master the whole of France. The relationship between Paris and the provinces is also close to hatred. Every time Paris rebels, the French rulers will choose to dispatch the troops of the provinces to suppress Paris. The original Louis XVI was sent to the guillotine because of the weakness of his own character and did not dare to suppress the people of Paris like his great-grandfather after the Great Revolution. The political and economic status of Paris was even stronger than the second and third largest cities in France, so, Your Excellency, De Renato said, I hope Tours can become the leader of the western region under your leadership. The citizens of Tours will definitely follow His Majesty the President faithfully. Good guy, the original routine is here. I said how to brag about Tours. Jerome Bonaparte instantly understood what Maire de Renal meant. If Paris will be the center of the French railway, the first and only center, then de Renal undoubtedly hopes that Tours can become the secondary center after France. Once Tours become the transportation hub of the entire western France, then Tours will inevitably become more and more prosperous due to the circulation of commodities. It can be said that the entire West has become a blood bag of Tours. Of course, this is not to say that Tours himself is an unhelpful doucher bag. Otherwise, Tours would not have been the site for the opening of the first few batches. P.S. According to an unreliable gossip, when Prime Minister Thiers was planning the Western Railway, he once received a donation from the business community of Tours. Of course, after the incident, Prime Minister Thiers refuted the rumor that he had not received the so-called black money. Everything was a rumor. Although it is said that Jerome Bonaparte is inclined towards Tours as the center of the Western Railway, he cannot tell de Renal of his inclination right now. Looking at Jerome Bonaparte, who had been silent for a long time, de Renal couldn't help but feel a little restless. In order to win the support of Jerome Bonaparte, de Renal in the carriage even openly hinted to Jerome Bonaparte that, as long as the people of Tours could gain the dominance of the Western Railway, the people of Tours would have unswerving support the coup of President Jerome Bonaparte. Since July 1, 1849, after the trial of Louis Roland and others for their counter-revolutionary behavior, there has been a wave of public opinion that the president and the leader of the majority party of order, are about to launch a war, a coup d'état, and then amend the constitution. This public opinion wind is not only prevalent in Paris, but also blows to several provinces around Paris. In order to quell public opinion, Jerome Bonaparte had to run around the provinces near Paris after August 10 to clarify misunderstandings and try to win Paris support from surrounding provinces. After all, Jerome Bonaparte was not ready for a coup d'état, and public opinion had pushed him to the climax of the coup d'état. It will be difficult for the coup to continue without quelling public opinion in person. The coup itself is something that is done under the light of darkness. Once exposed, your every move will be monitored by the public, and it will be much more difficult to launch a coup. Mr. Maire de Renal, I'm loyal to the Constitution of the Republic. Jerome Bonaparte sternly rebuked de Renal. Although the current systems have more or less shortcomings, they can be perfect. Therefore, you must believe in the future and stop thinking about coups, and don't try to seek something through coups. I, Jerome Bonaparte, can swear to the lyre, my life is loyal to the Constitution of the Republic, and to the French people. I also tell you that there is no excuse for a coup, and there is no possibility of a riot. Anyone who tries to oppose the French people will not end well. Jerome Bonaparte's attitude of being incompatible with the coup d'état made Maire de Renal feel that he was not blaming the president. Persigny, who was sitting on the right side of Jerome Bonaparte, had a half-smiling expression. Having worked with Jerome Bonaparte for more than a year, he knew that the so-called oath was not a problem for Jerome Bonaparte. Nabis has no binding power to think. Mr. President is an opportunist who can no longer be realistic. Your Excellency, I'm sorry for what I just said. D. Renal said with a pretense of shame. However, I still hope that you will consider my plea just now. Yeah, I'll think about it. Jerome Bonaparte nodded to D. Renard in response. The carriage entered the city center, and people on the street looked towards Jerome Bonaparte and his guards. Jerome Bonaparte in the carriage also waved at the residents outside the carriage point under the arrangement of D. Rien. Jerome Bonaparte and Pessigny stayed in a hotel full of medieval style. Your Excellency, please rest here first. The people of Tours, here are first to the nobles and property owners, will meet you tomorrow. Mary Renal said to Jerome Bonaparte, I can't wait to meet the prestigious gentlemen of Tours. Jerome Bonaparte responded with a smile to Mary Rien. Riyad 1. Comedy Rien left afterwards. Several reporters from the Tours tabloid newspaper who had already prepared were at the door of the hotel. They wanted to enter the door to interview Jerome Bonaparte. Unexpectedly, before they could get close to the hotel, they were stopped by the president's personal guard guarding the hotel gate. Not long after, the presidential adjutant Conrobel appeared at the gate and pointed to the tabloid reporter squatting at the gate and said, Your Excellency, the president invites you to have an interview. Under the leadership of Conrobert, the newspaper reporter entered the top floor of the hotel, which was the room where Jerome Bonaparte was. Please. Conrobert pushed open the door of Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte was sitting on the pomegranate red suede seat, and there were also several places opposite him. The number of chairs is the same as the number of reporters. Sit down. Journalists. Jerome Bonaparte invited the newspaper reporters to take their seats. Thank you, Mr. President. The reporter also saluted Jerome Bonaparte politely. Chapter 147, Public Opinion Control and Western Development. Mr. President, I'm a reporter for the Daily Tours. The newspaper reporter sitting on the far left opposite Jerome Bonaparte spread the cardboard notebook he carried on his lap, unscrewed the fountain pen, and introduced himself to Jerome Bonaparte first. The reporter of the Lettre des Tours spoke first, and the reporters from the remaining newspaper offices scrambled to introduce the name of their newspaper office to Jerome Bonaparte, and the scene fell into a temporary chaos. Jerome Bonaparte had to make the chaotic scene orderly by himself. He cleared his throat and said loudly, Friends from the journalists, I understand you now. I assure you that everyone in mood can ask me questions. Some questions I'll answer as appropriate to your questions. After that, Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the reporter of the Daily Tour and said, Mr. Reporter, do you have any questions you want to ask? The Tours Daily reporter showed a flattered expression, and he did not expect that he would be the first person to interview. Your Excellency, would you allow me to sort out my thoughts a little bit? A reporter from the Journal of Tours implored Jerome Bonaparte. Of course. Jerome Bonaparte responded leniently to the reporter of the Journal of Tours, and then he glanced at the remaining reporters and reminded, but hurry up, otherwise other reporters' friends are not happy. Yes. After thinking for a moment, the reporter of Tours Daily said carefully, Mr. President, what do you think of the rumors after July 1st? The reporter's first day of interviews with the Lettre des Tours made the remaining reporters show a touch of disappointment. After all, the same questions the journalists at Tours wanted to ask were also the ones they wanted to ask. You are referring to the rumors that I and the members of the parliament staged a coup attempt to amend the constitution, right? Jerome Bonaparte responded to the reporter of the Tours Daily with a frank expression. That's right. The reporter from Tours Daily nodded and said, Nonsense. Jerome Bonaparte said firmly, I don't know where this wind of public opinion came from. The public opinion is obviously provoking our relationship with the French people. I can tell you clearly I'm loyal to the constitution, against any unreasonable coup Jerome Bonaparte left behind. The constitution created by the 30 million people of France gives me the powers of president. If the constitution is overturned, it means that my president will also lose power, because of the overturning of the constitution. No one loves the constitution more than me. Even if the constitution itself has more or less flaws, we still have to believe in the constitution. Our constitution notes that it is not yet 1 year old. How can we demand that a constitution less than 1 year old solve all our problems? Believe in the wisdom of future generations. Believe in the future. Jerome Bonaparte's unswerving response made several newspaper reporters present have a good impression. For some journalists with pan-left thinking, maintaining the existing order of the Republic is undoubtedly more important than destroying the existing order. The reporter of Lettre de Tours wrote down all the words of Jerome Bonaparte in his notebook. Later, he also wanted to ask Jerome Bonaparte some questions. Mr. President, what do you think about this? Reporter friend, I just said that every reporter can ask me a question. Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand to stop the Le Journal de Tours from continuing to ask questions and pointed out among the remaining reporters a reporter. Mr. President, I'm a reporter from the Horse News Agency. The reporter who was selected said to Jerome Bonaparte again. Horse News Agency? Jerome Bonaparte glanced in surprise. He did not expect that Charles Horse would be able to open a branch in Tours, and what was even more surprising was that Horse, who had lost his overseas income, the news agency was even able to open branches firmly. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but glance at Pessigny, who was standing at the door. Pessigny, who was in the blind spot of the reporter's field of vision, nodded and said there was no problem. Mr. President, I would like to ask what you think about the city of Tours. A reporter from the Horse News Agency asked a well-established question. Tours is a city with a long history, as early as the Frankish period. Jerome Bonaparte recounted de Reinel's description of Tours to the reporters of the Horse newspaper, a favorite of the city of Tours. All the reporters present had happy smiles on their faces, and they were also proud of the long history of Tours living in Tours. Will Tours become the western transfer station of the French railway? The Horse newspaper reporter also forgot the agreement of one person, one question. Jerome Bonaparte had to reiterate the agreement between the reporters of the newspaper and pointed out the reporter who would ask the next question. The next reporter decisively repeated the question of the Horse correspondent. This issue needs to be judged by professionals. I'm just a president who doesn't understand anything. Jerome Bonaparte said humbly. However, I still hope that Tours can become the center of the Western Railway! The next topic gradually develops towards the trend of a little gossip and current affairs. Jerome Bonaparte offered his insights on some issues, while others were perfunctory. The new century bureaucratic prevarication template. We are considering solutions. The entire interview lasted for nearly an hour and a half. The reporters of the newspaper office got the answers they wanted, and they said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte with satisfaction. Jerome Bonaparte ordered Pessigny to send out all the journalists of these newspapers as gifts. The journalists who had just left the hotel received a little gift from Pessigny, a French bill of 200 francs per person. With the bills, can be exchanged at the Bank of France. Newspaper reporters were all the more grateful for the generous president, and they assured Pessigny that they would document the truest president. Pessigny, who watched the newspaper reporter leave, returned to the room where Jerome Bonaparte was. All sent out. Jerome Bonaparte, who was carrying Pessigny, asked in a flat tone, "Yeah?" Pessigny nodded. "What's the matter with the Havas News Agency?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Pessigny again. "Your Majesty, Charles Havas has agreed to our request for capital injection, so they are now in our hands." Pessigny explained to Jerome Bonaparte. "What about the newspapers behind the newspaper reporters?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Pessigny again. "They all have Havas News Agency behind them, so we don't have to worry about their nonsense." Pessigny replied to Jerome Bonaparte. "That's good. We have to seize the time to gain control of Paris and even the French newspaper industry, whether it is to exchange equity or inject capital. In short, I only need to hear one voice in Paris, and that is our voice." Bonaparte spoke to Pessigny in an unmistakable tone. Pessigny was able to control the Havas News Agency and some small and medium-sized newspapers in Paris in a very short period of time. In addition to the help of Achille, it also depended on Odile and Barrow's martial law of 4 newspapers. Martial law 1. Many small and medium-sized newspapers have either declared bankruptcy directly or accepted capital injections from some mysterious people, which has led to the seemingly chaotic and flourishing of Paris newspapers, but in fact, they have gradually been controlled by the Bonapartists. Due to the mutual shareholding of the newspapers, the Bonapartists were hidden behind the scenes, and anyone who wanted to find the truth would be dazzled by the complicated alternating shareholdings. The cocaine in the newspaper industry is on the rise. Early the next morning, there were many children selling newspapers on the streets of Tours. Sell newspapers. Sell newspapers. The latest Tours daily. Tours economic news will only need 7 centimes. Newsboys walked slowly on the street to sell newspapers to the gentlemen who came and went. Gentlemen who formed the habit of subscription on weekdays buy newspapers from newsboys. The gentleman who learned from the newspapers that the president would not launch a coup d'etat could not help but feel good about the president. A public opinion related to the coup d'etat was silenced by the newspaper in a quiet way. For a time, the focus of the people of Tours shifted from whether there would be a coup d'etat in Paris to whether Tours would be the central node of the western city. On the other hand, Jerome Bonaparte came to the conference hall of the town hall of Tours under the leadership of de Renal, where the prestigious nobles of Tours and bourgeois gathered in the conference hall under the call of de Renal, waiting for Jerome Bonaparte to speak. In the silence, Jerome Bonaparte took the stage, and now he is talking. Since the Kingdom of Franks, Tours has been a splendid treasure in the crown of France. During the Great Revolution, Tours became the logistical support base for the victory of the Vendée. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte opened the scene, he praised Tours' world-renowned achievements with incomparably exaggerated diplomatic rhetoric. The nobles and bourgeois present showed tired expressions. They were obviously not interested in the so-called history of Tours. It is precisely because Tours have such high historical achievements that our government cannot let its brilliance be buried in the whole of France. Jerome Bonaparte threw a bombshell at the nobles and bourgeois. The government plans to establish the Western Railway network with Tours as a transit hub. All the bourgeois present instantly sensed the huge business opportunity, and they applauded Jerome Bonaparte for his slightly lame speech. Riyadh1.com. The Ministry of Public Works will decide to issue the second tranche of engineering bonds, which will be committed to the development of railways in the central and western regions of France. We also welcome some powerful railway companies to bid enthusiastically. Jerome Bonaparte dropped the second bombshell. This time even the nobles couldn't sit still, and they all cheered and applauded for Jerome Bonaparte. In their view, bonds issued by the French government are always a surefire deal. Jerome Bonaparte stepped down to the applause of bourgeois and the nobles. The next day, the local newspaper of Tours again published the speech of Jerome Bonaparte in the meeting room of the town hall. At this time, even the little bourgeois of Tours could not sit still. The little bourgeois who had not purchased the first tranche of the public works department had already been gearing up to enter the market during the second tranche of public bonds. Jerome Bonaparte's reputation was on the rise in Tours, and the public opinion of the coup was completely resolved by Jerome Bonaparte's set of tricks. Chapter 148, Duchess Upheaval. In the following days, Jerome Bonaparte visited Tours history accompanied by de Renal, and at the strong invitation of de Renal, Jerome Bonaparte participated in several games. A dinner hosted by the prestigious bourgeois of Tours. At the dinner party on September 7th, de Renal and the bourgeois brought Jerome Bonaparte to a guest room, and he took out a gift that Jerome Bonaparte did not expect. A title deed to Clorisberg. Your Excellency, this is the heart of all the people of Tours for you, de Renal said to Jerome Bonaparte with a sincere expression. Jerome Bonaparte showed a touch of surprise, and he immediately said righteously no. As the president, how can I take bribes from others? Mayor de Renal said plausibly, Your Excellency, this is not a bribe, but a gift from the people of Tours for your patriotism. That won't work either. Jerome Bonaparte continued to reject de Renal. Please tell the people of Tours that I'm very grateful for their support for me, but I really can't accept such an expensive gift. If you don't accept it, then the sincerity of the people of Tours will definitely suffer. Mayor de Renal insisted that Jerome Bonaparte accept the gift. Seeing that Jerome Bonaparte and de Renal were at a stalemate, the door of the guest room was suddenly knocked, and Jerome Bonaparte, de Renal and others looked at the door of the guest room at the same time. A bourgeois quickly opened the door and found that the visitor outside the door was Colonel Conrobert, who was in charge of the safety of Jerome Bonaparte. Looking at the anxious Conrobert, Jerome Bonaparte had a hunch that something big must happen, otherwise, Conrobert would not suddenly break in at this time. Conrobert, what happened? Jerome Bonaparte asked Conrobert. Your Excellency. King Robert hurried to Jerome Bonaparte's side and whispered, leaning in front of Jerome Bonaparte and saying, Count Persigny has received 2 letters, one a letter from Württemberg, a letter from Paris. The Count said there was something important in it, so call me to inform you. Letter from Württemberg? Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a moment, and it took a few seconds to realize that his cheap uncle was not the current king of Württemberg, William Frederick Carroll, known as Carroll I. It's just that, since the death of his mother, his cheap uncle has been unwilling to see their family point, so the old Prince Jerome Bonaparte could only take Jerome Bonaparte and his sister Mathilde to live in the Apennine region for a long time. Speaking of which, my family hadn't had contact with Uncle Cheap for a long time. Now that Uncle Cheap has taken the initiative to write a letter to him, Jerome Bonaparte can be sure that it will never be a simple rhetoric. Got it? Jerome Bonaparte nodded to King Robert, then showed an apologetic expression to de Renal as he waited to say goodbye. I have important news in Paris waiting for me to handle. Everyone, please forgive me. Having said that, Jerome Bonaparte turned and left together with King Robert, leaving only de Renal and the others in the guest room. Looking at the title deed of Clawless Castle in his hand, de Renal sighed. Mr. Mayor, this title deed. Bourgeois beside de Renal whispered. Send. De Renal responded briefly. But your excellency the president, don't want our gift. Another bourgeois said to de Renal. That's because our method is wrong. Mayor de Renal thought of a method that could not only preserve the president's integrity, but also make the president acceptable to them. We can let Mr. President buy it. What? Buy? A few bourgeois instantly understood what Mayor de Renal meant, and they clapped their hands and said, that's right. The president can buy it. On the other hand, Jerome Bonaparte and King Robert, who had gone out to take a carriage, quickly arrived at the hotel. Jerome Bonaparte, who had just entered the hotel, was invited into the bedroom by Persigny, who was approaching. Persigny, what happened over there in Paris? Jerome Bonaparte asked Persigny. Persigny hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, the Paris side said that both the Prussian ambassador and the Austrian ambassador want to meet you. Huh. Jerome Bonaparte's expression was even more bizarre. He never imagined that he would be unanimously welcomed by the ambassadors of the 2 countries. There must be something wrong on the German side. Jerome Bonaparte, who couldn't remember what happened in Prussia and Austria during this time period, asked again, did Paris say what happened in Germany? This letter from Paris. Persigny handed the letter from Paris to Jerome Bonaparte. After reading the letterhead, Jerome Bonaparte realized what happened in Germany. Jerome Bonaparte raised his head and said to Persigny, it seems that the ministers of Prussia and Austria are seeking our support. The Hesse issue is likely to become their fuse. Immediately, Jerome Bonaparte showed a schadenfreude expression and said, maybe, this time next year, the 2 countries will face each other because of the Hessian issue. After reading the letter from Paris, Jerome Bonaparte realized that the war between Prussia and Austria, because of the Hesse-Kassel Principality, had already begun. As for why Prussia and Austria fought in the Duchy of Hesse-Kassel, we have to start before the First Great Revolution. The vigorous revolution ignited the consciousness of civil rights of the entire German people, and at the same time, the Napoleon Code and the Declaration of Human Rights, the most troublesome German princes, were sent to the Germans. This made the German princes after the overthrow of the Napoleon Empire horrified to discover that the originally docile subjects became less docile after being subjected to the Declaration of Human Rights and the Napoleon Code. Among them, the resistance of the subjects of the Duchy of Hesse-Kassel was the most intense. The citizens of the Duchy of Hesse-Kassel recalled their old and new hatred with the Count of Hesse-Kassel. During the American Revolutionary War, Count Ludwig II of Hesse-Kassel, in order to help his nephew George III suppress the American independence movement, and by the way to earn pounds, he resolutely leased his 30,000 people to Britain as mercenaries. This resulted in 12.5% of the British army. The army was composed of Hesse-Kassel mercenaries. When suppressing the 13 states in North America, Hesse-Kassel also suffered heavy casualties, and many mercenaries died in other places. The most important thing is that Ludwig II also withheld pensions that should have belonged to the dead soldiers. In 1830, the Marquis of Hesse-Kassel was also greatly encouraged by the overthrow of the reactionary Bourbon dynasty in neighboring France. Parliament had to be called. On January 5, 1831, a new constitution was born. suited to a particularly radical age at the time. The pioneers of the parliamentary system were nominated by electors as cabinet ministers. He miscalculated his position in the public and allowed his mistress, the Countess Reichenbach-Liesenitz, to return to Kassel, where riots broke out again on the 11th of January. Wilhelm II was forced to flee Kassel and settled in Hanau with Philipp Through and Wilhelm Bader. Since the de facto abdication of William II, the power of the elector has been limited. This revolution gave confidence to the subjects of the Marquis of Hesse-Kassel. In 1848, the subjects of the Duchy of Hesse-Kassel, who had injured Frederick William I for 18 years, acted again. They used the power of the Great Revolution to force Frederick William I to promulgate a more liberal document than in 1831. In view of the fact that the Austrian Empire is still in a stage of self-defense, and the Parliament of the Duchy of Hesse-Kassel is actively courting the Kingdom of Prussia, Radowitz, the liberal ruler of the Kingdom of Prussia, chose to support the Hesse-Kassel Kingdom. Frederick William I, who was not supported by Austria, had to succumb to the Prussian threat behind the Parliament and a more liberal constitution was promulgated. P.S. It is ridiculous that Frederick William I did not officially ascend the throne until 1847. The time lasted for about a year, until August of this year, with the help of the bayonet of the Russian Empire. While completely destroying Hungary, the Austrian Empire planned to return to the German region. The old German Confederation has been dissolved, and there is no place for Austria in the newly established Three Kings Alliance. Of course, the Austrian Empire also disdains to act within the framework of Prussia. The Prussian King Frederick William IV's plan for the German Union to exclude Austria is about to come true. If the Austrian Empire did not act, they would be kicked out of Germany. It happened that the elector of Hesse-Kassel asked for help at this time. Riyadh1.com This gave Felix Schwarzenberg an excuse to use Hesse as a breakthrough to bring down the Three Kings Alliance. Let some people in the Three Kings Alliance know what is called the Return of the King. Hesse will be the main venue for Austria and Prussia for the next 2 years. By the way, where is the letter from Württemberg? Jerome Bonaparte asked Pessinny again. Your Majesty, here. Pessinny handed the unopened letter to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte opened the envelope, which was filled with dense German words. If the predecessor was not proficient in German, Jerome Bonaparte would be very happy. The contents of the letterhead were as expected by Jerome Bonaparte. In addition to a lot of old remarks, the core content is to hope that Jerome Bonaparte can use the advantages of the French Republic to make peace between Prussia and Austria. Chapter 149, Franco-Prussian Military Report. Adjutant Conrobel. If it were you, which side would you choose to support? Jerome Bonaparte did not express his attitude in a hurry, but asked Colonel Conrobert unhurriedly. Neighbors are unlucky, of course, a happy thing. After being happy, he must consider how to fan the flames, to make the conflict between his neighbors more intense. No one knows better than Jerome Bonaparte that the crisis in France is not in Paris, not in being classified as a republic, but in Germany next door. If the integration of the German region is completed, not to mention the Greater Germany with 70 million people in Felix Schwarzenberg's grand blueprint, even the small German Empire with Prussia as a core, and excluding Austria is a small German empire from the population. The military is slightly surpassed, and the economy is slightly lower than the huge empire of France. At that time, France will withdraw from the position of the first army of the continental continent as in history, and the German Empire at the crossroads will become the new favorite of Europe. This is an ending that Jerome Bonaparte could never accept. In his opinion, the best result is that Prussia and Austria fought each other. One was killed and one was injured. Public death and Austrian injury. And Uncle France, as the guardian of German order, protecting the Rhineland and Germany. Jerome Bonaparte's question made Conrobert stunned for a moment, and then he said cautiously, Your Majesty, I'm a soldier, and I don't know the twists and turns of diplomacy. If there is only a military perspective, I think we should give Prussia some support. You agree to support Prussia? Jerome Bonaparte's tone trembled slightly. Conrobert thought and did not hear the change in Jerome Bonaparte's tone. He nodded as a matter of course. That's right. From a military point of view, we must weaken Austria. Austria has the potential and population. It's all something that Prussia can't match, let alone a Prussian army that couldn't have been worse. Can Robert's expression made Jerome Bonaparte realize that the current French army's sense of Prussia is still stuck in the Napoleonic Wars. Prussia in the Napoleonic Wars can be said to have lost the face of Frederick the Great. It was able to support the great disadvantage of the French, Austrian and Russian armies with the army of 1 to 3 and the population of 1 to 20 until King Peter III came to power. In less than 30 years, the army degenerated into a garbage army that was defeated by Davout's partial division and then was taken by Emperor Napoleon for 2 weeks to enter Berlin in a leisurely manner. Even in order to beg Emperor Napoleon's forgiveness, the Queen of Prussia had to offer herself a pillow seat to submit to Napoleon, and King Frederick William III of Prussia had a green brilliance on his head. Know that the Kingdom of Prussia does not agree with an open Paris. Hospitable Parisians never mind that their wives in political marriages cheat, and they even take pride in having a charming wife. The typical representative here is the Bank of Nucingen in Balzac's Human Comedy. After witnessing the death of Old Man Gayot, Rastein was determined to climb to the top of his power. He climbed to Old Man Gayot's daughter, New Zealand, the Baroness of Chingen. Under Rastignac's powerful offensive, the Baroness and Rastignac soon became like knees. Of course, all this was seen by the Baron Nucingen, and he was happy his wife was involved with the Knights of Rastignac, and for his sake he tried his best to match his wife and Rastignac, and whenever they were at odds or even about to part ways, Nucingen and the Baron would pretend to be about to find out about their affair. The way they looked scared the two of them to be reconciled as before. A counterexample is the hapless King Louis XVI, who became the object of ridicule by the citizens of Paris, because Louis XVI loved his wife so much that he had no mistress. Of course, it is different from the wonderful product that Catholicism and Paris have bred together. As Prussia under Protestantism, the Puritans' conservatism has been deeply rooted, and it is impossible for Prussia to use derailment as a show of capital. Therefore, the behavior of the Queen of Prussia offering herself a pillow seat is the greatest insult to Prussia. Under the influence of Emperor Napoleon, the French in the entire German region set off a wave of love for the German sisters wearing French dragoon uniforms. The guards became the favorite of German ladies, so much so that there was a ridiculing saying you deserve to marry a German. Even when Prussia followed the Russian Empire's counter-offensive, Blücher used his powerful cavalry mobility to effectively support the Wellington battlefield bloodbath. This 2 weeks of annihilation stings, but in the eyes of the French, and even the entire European powers, Prussia is still the last great power that was wiped out by a blitzkrieg. So much so that Tolstoy openly ridiculed France in War and Peace only if it was bullying. The Germans' Jerome Bonaparte knew that the arrogant and conceited French army would become even more powerful after the Crimean War. It wasn't until they were killed by Leo Mayock's 800,000 troops to the nest that they realized that they were far behind. But, army, my dear adjutant, we can't look at the new with the old. Prussia also underwent a reform after that battle, Gina. The Prussian army is now different from the Prussian army before the war. Don't you think that the Prussian army is too large? Jerome Bonaparte asked tentatively. Prussia has a population of 14.33 million, a standing army of 145,000 people, and a reserve of 385,000 people at all levels. The annual cost is less than 50 million francs, which remains relatively low in peacetime. It does not take up too much labor, and it can quickly mobilize a large number of fighters during the war. However, our country only has less than 300,000 field troops, and the number of soldiers recruited every year is seriously insufficient. We have to allow others to spend money. Exemption from military service. Long-term military service makes our soldiers more brave, but the long military service period also makes it impossible for us to recruit more soldiers. One served for 3 years, the other served for 10 years, and once the war started, the 3-year service, the army can easily call up more troops, and once a war is waged, they will call back everyone. What will happen to France by then? Jerome Bonaparte gradually extended the topic from supporting Prussia or Austria to the system of France itself, in order to let his adjutant understand that the French military service system should really face a change. Your Majesty, please be blunt. Do you mean that the Prussian army can already equalize France? Canrobert looked suspiciously at Jerome Bonaparte, and he even wondered if the monarch in front of him had something abnormal. Even Pesany next to him also showed a shocked expression. He couldn't imagine that the Prussian threat theory could actually be said from the emperor's nephew. In the face of right and wrong, Jerome Bonaparte is also not good at saying that France's military system has completely lagged behind Prussia next door. He can only reply vaguely, the Prussian army may be far worse than the French army at present. Yes, but they have a reserve force of nearly 1 million. And what is the army we have in France? Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. Canrobert bowed slightly to Jerome Bonaparte, and then said bluntly with a hint of arrogance, how could an army of lawyers and citizens defeat our experience? We only need to put 2 guns on the battlefield, and they will flee in a hurry. Rest assured, if one day Prussia does dare to invade us, we will crush them, before they are fully mobilized. War is not an arithmetic problem, and no matter how much preparation you have, you may not be able to win on the battlefield. Really? Said Jerome Bonaparte to Canrobert in a questioning tone. It's definitely possible, Your Majesty. Canrobert said sternly, please believe in this army created by your uncle. It is because of the army that my uncle created that I'm reluctant to believe. Jerome Bonaparte complained a few words in his heart. If his uncle hadn't forcibly dragged the French army to number 1 in continental Europe, why would the French army be arrogant? They just wanted to stay on the credits of their uncle, willing to move, completely forgetting that the differences of the times have gradually transformed the war from an aristocratic recruitment system to a total war. Of course, a century later, with the emergence of nuclear weapons, total warfare has also gradually come to an end. Especially after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, most of the national troops, except a certain major country, have returned to the era of the recruitment system. Especially the military powers headed by the United States and Russia, who www.urkanshu.com pushed the scalpel-style attack of the small elite troops to the peak. Jerome Bonaparte stopped speaking, and Canrobert was also silent. Right now, when Jerome Bonaparte and Colonel Canrobert were in an unpleasant situation due to the issue of military philosophy, Pesany, who was inclined to Canrobert's theory that the French army is invincible in the world, hurried out and said, Your Majesty, we are not discussing the question of who wins and who loses between Austria and Prussia. How did it become France and Prussia? Adjutant Canrobert, do you agree that Austria can defeat Prussia? Austria wants an adult to beat a child against Prussia, and the result is self-evident. Canrobert said in a firm tone, and then added euphemistically, of course, this is just my military opinion. In order to help Jerome Bonaparte regain his face, Pesany hurriedly said, Adjutant Canrobert, I have also had a few years of experience in the army. I think Prussia is very likely to go to war with Austria. Having said that, Pesany subconsciously cast a glance at Jerome Bonaparte. This should be the answer Your Majesty wants. Chapter 150, Austria, Prussia? From Pesany's words, Jerome Bonaparte didn't listen to much sincerity, but said it to save his face. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte's eyes flashed with disappointment. As an ordinary man with the perspective of God, Jerome Bonaparte is destined not to be understood by the whole of France. Not to mention France, even if he himself said to the King of Prussia that Prussia will completely defeat France in 22 years. I'm afraid that Prussia itself will not believe this. They will only think that Jerome Bonaparte is for his uncle to avenge the revenge of the Waterloo battlefield, forcibly find a reason to attack Prussia. Okay, I understand. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, and he decided to end the unpleasant topic. Gentlemen, it seems that our journey will end tomorrow. Secretary Pesany long. Yes. Pesany responded quickly to Jerome Bonaparte. While I'm returning to Paris, you will be the one who will take my place in the unfinished provinces. We must convey our ideas, our voices, to the whole of France. Said Jerome Bonaparte to Pesany. It is a great honor to be able to do this for Your Majesty, if this is what you wish. Pesany replied humbly to Jerome Bonaparte. By the way, there's one more thing. Jerome Bonaparte remembered an important matter, and he specifically urged, when your inspection is complete, please go to Le Clésord and invite someone. Le Clésord? Pesany repeated, thinking about what celebrities in Le Clésord should pay attention to. He suddenly thought of a celebrity who was in Le Clésord and hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, what did you say? Pesany said the name of celebrity, and Jerome Bonaparte nodded in response. That's right. Your task is to bring him to Paris and to me. No problem. Of course there is no problem. Pessini responded decisively and couldn't help but take that person seriously. Don't look at him now nestled in the humble town of Leclazord. Once he is targeted by His Excellency the President, he will not be able to achieve success in minutes. Adjutant Conrobble is a typical example. Okay. It's getting late. You guys should rest early. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and ordered the expulsion. Adjutant Conrobert left Jerome Bonaparte's room with Pessini. Letters from Paris and Württemberg were also kept by Pessini on the bedroom desk. Jerome Bonaparte, who was alone in the bedroom, walked slowly to the window lattice, which was carved with exquisite patterns. He raised his head and glanced at the moon, which was covered by two dark clouds. Immediately, he sat in front of the desk and read the two letters carefully and whispered, Austria or Prussia. Early. The next morning, the morning mist of early autumn enveloped the entire city of Tours. The misty water vapor condensed on the borders of the window lattices, making people feel a damp and slightly cold coolness at the entrance of the temporary residence of the president. The guards stood in a square formation, staring at the hotel door without squinting, waiting for the president to come out. Finally, when the mist subsided from the city of Tours, Jerome Bonaparte, Pessini and others appeared at the gate of the hotel. A simple double bridge carriage crossed the phalanx to the front of the phalanx. At the moment Jerome Bonaparte appeared, Jerome Bonaparte and Conrobert got into the carriage and headed for the railway station of Tours. Pessini stopped at the hotel gate to put the finishing touches on. The time gradually came to around 10 in the morning, and nearly 3 hours had passed since Jerome Bonaparte left. Mary Reina hurt over. He was supposed to enter the hotel and he happened to meet Pessini, who was about to leave the hotel. Mary Reina hurriedly ran to Pessini, stooped and asked flatteringly, Secretary Pessini, is the president still there? Pessini glanced at de Renal and said in a flat tone, Mr. President has returned to Paris. Ah. Your Excellency the President has returned to Paris. Mary Renal changed his face instantly. The departure of the president does not mean that his gifts cannot be delivered to the parties concerned, so how can he impress the president? Mr. Mayor, are you looking for a job? Pessini asked Mary Renal. The president has entrusted me with all the things he does in Tours before leaving. Mayor. De Renal glanced at Pessini, and he suddenly realized that his original plan was to use the hands of the president's cronies to give the castle of Clarlas, not so much a castle as an ordinary mansion, to Pessini. Sydney, now is not an opportunity. That's right, Your Excellency the President left something at the dinner party yesterday, and I came here on purpose to return it to Your Excellency. De Reina said as he brought the prepared land deed to Pessini. Pessini looked at the title deed in De Reina's hands, and he was 100% sure that what the so-called president left at the banquet was the gift they wanted to give the president. Mr. Mayor, this gift is really expensive. It shouldn't be left by the president. Pessini rejected de Reina's gift briskly. Mr. Secretary General. De Renal took out a French ticket of 5,000 francs from his pocket and said, nonsense, this is what you foul. Pessini took the bill from de Reina's hand and looked at the guy in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that de Reina's shot would be so generous, and he immediately smiled and said, that's right. It's me who fell. I didn't expect that you picked it up. After all, he quietly put the bill in his arms. This, de Renal hinted at Pessini while pointing to the title deed. This thing is too valuable. Pessini rejected de Reina again and then changed the conversation. If it can be proved that the value of this land is within the scope of the gift, I think Mr. President will be happy to accept it. Of course, of course. De Renal also reacted. He patted his chest and said to Pessini, Mr. Pessini, Clarlasburg is just an old house that is about to fall into disrepair. The hall had decided to demolish it, and it was worth less than 100 francs. Less than 100 francs. Pessini nodded and said, it's also within the range of gifts. That's right. That's right. De Reina nodded like a chicken pecking at the rice. The most worthless thing these days is land. If Your Excellency the President doesn't want it, we'll have to tear it down. Anyway, it's an old house. It's a pity that it's demolished. I'll take it for the President. Pessini stretched out his hand and took it from Clarlas, who de Renal wanted to give to Jerome Bonaparte, the fort deed, and then handed Mr. de Renal a note of 500 francs to remind, this is the purchase of a house by the President. Yes. Yes. D. Renal nodded again. On behalf of Tours City Hall, I would like to thank His Excellency the President for helping the City Hall solve problems. September 11, 1849. Jerome Bonaparte returned to Paris after nearly a month away from Paris. At this time, the Paris railway station was already blocked, and the two sides of the platform were filled with members of the Paris National Guard. It was Fleury, the staff member of the National Guard staff, who led the National Guard to maintain law and order at the train station. Fleury, who was a temporary colonel in the National Guard, took the initiative to ask King to maintain law and order. After receiving the news that the president had returned to Paris after the approval of the Minister of War Liuli and the Commander-in-Chief of the National Guard Changanier, he led the National Guard to maintain law and order. The train from Tours slowly stopped at the platform. The Presidential Guard got off first, followed by Jerome Bonaparte and Conrobert. Your Excellency, the National Guard staff officer Fleury reports. Fleury, who had not seen Jerome Bonaparte for a long time, excitedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte also wanted Fleury in return. Led by Fleury, Jerome Bonaparte got into the carriage. Escorted by the guard in the National Guard, Jerome Bonaparte returned to the Élysée Palace. Jerome Bonaparte, who had just stepped into the gate of the Élysée Palace, said to Fleury the next second, "Fleury, help me call Minister Tocqueville here." "Yes," Fleury responded, turning to leave. Colonel Conrobert. Jerome Bonaparte ordered Conrobert, "Let the Presidential Secretariat mobilize. I need a detailed information on the military strength of Prussia and Austria. I'll make arrangements now." Conrobert also left the Élysée Palace. "Mocker, you will be my private secretary while Pessigny is away." Jerome Bonaparte pointed at Mocker and said, "I'm happy to serve you." Mocker hurriedly expressed his loyalty to Jerome Bonaparte. Riyadh1.com. Let's go back to the study. Jerome Bonaparte returned to the study with Mocker. After about half an hour, Foreign Minister Tocqueville and Fleury came to the study, and Fleury left the study alone. "Your Excellency." Tocqueville took off his hat and saluted to Jerome Bonaparte. "Minister Tocqueville, I don't want to talk too much nonsense. Please tell me everything that happened between Prussia and Austria during this period." Jerome Bonaparte told Toc directly. Well asked. Tocqueville told Jerome Bonaparte about the contradiction between Prussia and Austria, and the situation was, just as Jerome Bonaparte speculated, that the contradiction between Prussia and Austria was in the Principality of Hesse-Kassel. The problem, of course, at the heart of all this is the Prussian-Austrian **** of the German territories. Mr. Tocqueville, I already understand the general situation. Leave the rest to me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.